CCTV recording, he was able to log in into so many accounts because he has kept it in a way so that he can see the chat of all the users who are coming. Next is phishing. Phishing is a type of attack. We all must have heard this word at least because Jamtara has made this so popular. Phishing scam has been so popular. In real phishing, what we do, we try to catch fishes from the water. Here they are trying, for that what we do, we try to lure the fish so that it comes towards the net. In this phishing, they are doing the same. They are using the same methodology wherein they are trying to attract certain people who are not too strong, who have money, who want something. They are going to give them virtually that feeling of satisfaction. That means if I want iPhone 14, the purple color looks very much attractive to me and I want it. If a website, I will do everything on internet to get that iPhone. I will go online and search for multiple websites which is actually offering iPhone at cheaper price. I'll go online and search for iPhone at best price, iPhone at cheap price, iPhone at whatever price. I want it. And also I want to save some amount so that I can use it elsewhere. So on second or third page, I come across a website which is selling iPhone at 50% discount. In my mind, what I'll think that, oh, I can be one of the coolest among my group on carrying the iPhone. I can be the one who's holding iPhone purple color. I would be receiving that tomorrow. And the second thing, what they do is they try to create the urgency around it. They put these kind of things on a website with a down timer, which says that sale ends in maybe 10 minutes. So the sale is going to end in 10 minutes, giving 50% discount. What should I do? And they're only accepting the online payments. This is where we fall. This is where, or this is what is the intention of an attacker, to lure you in such a way so that you make mistakes. They create urgency. So this is how a lot of youngsters make mistakes in purchasing so many products from fake websites. One of my employee who is working in cybersecurity, we have been giving trainings, he still fall for this attack. A mango was sold at very cheap price. He ordered mango for his entire family, not only his own, for his uncle's family, for his aunt's family, and everyone, because it was a great discount going on for mangoes. He ordered it online and it never delivered. It's not about 1,000 or 2,000 rupees. It is your money, and you are giving the attacker to liberty to make use of this money and to attack a lot more people like you and me. Last is dumpster diving. Dumpster diving, I'm sure you all must not be doing it, but we are normal people. We don't belong to law and we are not too much exposed to paperwork and all. So we do this mistake of dumpster diving. Dumpster diving is something finding out sensitive information from dumps or dustbins. Attackers have created a lot of attack patterns by getting the information from dumps or dustbins. A lot of Aadhaar card, PAN card, Xerox copies, photocopies, so many things has been identified from dustbins. You must be thinking, why would one throw their Aadhaar card copies? But this happens. Let's say I want to take an admission in the university. They may ask me for 2 Xerox copy, 3, I am not sure about. So what I'll do, I'll make 10 Xerox copy of my Aadhaar cards. I submit 3, I am left with 7. I'll keep it for future use so that I don't have to visit the same Xerox center again when I am in need. I have kept the rest of the 7 Xerox copies with me. After few days, when Diwali time is there, my mom is cleaning the house and she realized that it is having a lot of dust and these copies are now not usable. Some of the print is also gone. What she will do, she'll just crush it up and put it in the dustbin. Then this dustbin or dumps are been used in a way to plan attacks. A lot of organization, offices, dustbins had most sensitive information. Companies may we always print so many extra copies, we throw it in dustbin without shredding it properly, and the information is reusable to plan the attack. So when you are throwing anything in the dustbin, please make sure that it is not recreatable. Also, when we reach to the destination, we throw our boarding pass in the hotel dustbin itself, which is again a not good practice. Aviation is also facing a lot of rise in cyber attacks. So how do they do it? Enough of talking. Now, is there any difference between the first and the second website? Yes. What's that? It's RN Microsoft. That's not Microsoft. That's RN Microsoft. And the first one is Microsoft.com. You all are so smart, you are able to identify that this is not same. The spell difference, we are well educated and we know that the spelling is different. So it is a phishing website. We should not click on it. Now I'm going to show you something. You all must be shocked. Wherein the spelling is also not different. Still I am able to get that domain. Can we use the internet? So we are going on a website to buy a domain name. If you all are not aware, then I would like to tell you that domain names are something that is unique. It's like your Aadhaar card number. No two domain names can be same. That is why the attackers are taking something that creates an illusion to our eyes that it is Microsoft.com. It is not rnmicrosoft.com. They try to claim the similar looking names. Here is where they do mistakes because they cannot get the same name. I will prove you. So here is a website which is namecheap.com. From here you can buy domain names at very cheap price. You can also get it from GoDaddy. I'm not promoting this, but then I buy it from here because you get it at a cheap price. Now I'm going to get one domain from here, which is apple.com. Will this website allow me to purchase apple.com? It should not. According to the domain name fundamentals, as I discussed, it should be unique. It cannot be repeated. And apple.com is something that we already have in existence. So I am going to this website and saying, hey, please give me apple.com. I am a big scammer and I want to run a scam of Apple iPhone 14. And if I take a wrong spelling, people are going to catch me and they will never click on my domains. So it says that it is registered in 1987. That means you cannot claim this name. What should I do? Can I add some P's to this apple? Can you add some P? Maybe 4, 5. Now I'm going to take something which is apple.com. Would you all click and get iPhones from my fake website if I give you 50% off? 50% off, no? No? You'll not buy? If it is this apple, I am a great developer. I assure you that I'm going to create same look and feel. I know how to design the website. I know how to create it look similar to a real apple.com. And also adding on, I'm giving you 50% discount. The iPhone would be delivered tomorrow itself. You don't have to wait also. Would you all buy if I host my Apple iPhone 14 on this website? People may, some people may, but there are very few. Now we are been talking about these things, and 70% of people may not because they are aware about it. 30% will still fall for it. Now I want to target those 70% as well. What should I do? Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, apple.in is actually with Apple, I guess. No problem. I have one more great technique. Can you go to Wikipedia? So this is realapple.com. I want you to go to IDN. So here is one technique that I'm going to use. I'll tell you and give you the description after we see the demonstration. So here is what we are doing, which is IDN homograph attack. IDN stands for Internationalized Domain Names. Now, can you just copy that one? A. It's in first para, last word. Yeah. Just copy this. Copy the entire thing. We'll remove it from there. Now I'm going to name cheap again. I've done something. I've copied some character. It's A. I copied A. Now I'm going to this again. I'm pasting. Remove this. Just write apple.com. Click on search. If I get this domain, would you all buy Apple products from me if I'm actually giving you 50% discount? It has allowed me to get this domain at 787 rupees a year. That means I can create similar looking website like Apple, sell iPhones at 50% discount in just 787 rupees a year. And I can scam the rest 70% of audience as well. What did I did? How did this particular website agreed to give me apple.com? We did something known as IDN. IDN is Internationalized Domain Names. The first one, which looks like A to humans, is not A. It is some character from Cyrillic alphabets. We have different scripts as well apart from English. We have Cyrillic, Hebrew, Thai, Chinese, Greek, Latin American, so many. Some of the characters of these scripts look similar to English characters. We have been trusting our eyes so much. Here, when you see this A is a Cyrillic character, which is not a character A in English script. Computers only understand binary. We all know this. It doesn't have to do anything with what human eyes looks at it. If the binary is different, this website says that this binary is not in my database. This is a new binary which I can give. It is available. But to humans like you and me, it looks exactly the same. So please do not trust on your eyes blindly. You can see that these kind of techniques are now being used by attackers to spoof you all, and you may all come across these kind of case studies which would even shock you. If I don't know about this attack, I would have been a victim of this kind of attack, because I have learned that spelling should not be different, and it is not different. As I said, I am a great developer. I can create UI, UX, looks very much similar to realapple.com. These days, a lot of technology advancement is there that I can copy the entire code of the website and post it on my fake website. So these kind of technologies are very easily available on internet. Now, I am sure you all will definitely fall for my attack if I start selling 50% my iPhones on this particular domain name, right? Does anyone have any question? I'm expecting one. Yeah, good one. Okay, I'll answer. Yeah. Sir, do you also have a question? Correct. Okay. So I'll answer one of each. First, we'll understand how to safeguard as in general public from this kind of attacks. So your browser is also too smart. It has a capability to detect any script apart from English character. So you can go to the settings of your browser and turn on this option, accept only English characters. If anything like Cyrillic, Hebrew, Thai or any other script is detected, your browser is going to prompt you and say, this is not all English. Do you still want to continue? That is where you can be susceptible to that particular website, that it may be a fake website. This is one. Now, second, about AI. AI is something that we train. We human give the data and it tries to match the similar pattern. Now, AI is also been used in a way, when you tell AI multiple times the false input, the false thing, it is going to learn that. AI is like a baby. Whatever you teach, it learns. If AI is being spoofed by scammers in a way wherein thousands of times you are giving it a false script, it is definitely going to say, if I give a false script and say this is correct, again I'm going to give a false script and say this is correct. If I do it thousands of times, AI is going to accept it and it is always going to say that, yeah, this is a correct script. So believing AI, according to me, is a little tricky job. So we try to not go much into AI side because it has a lot of flaws right now, which has to be addressed when we see it from a security side. Apart from that, AI is a gift which solves a lot of problems, but security wise, a lot of improvements has to be done. Third is malware. Sir, may I know your question? Latest malware. This is not a malware. Like, this particular website can be claimed an attacker can host a malware if he wishes to. He can, this website will be now in control of the attacker. He can make use of this website in any way. He can just use it for fun. He can use it to defame the Apple brand. It's up to his own choice if he want to go for a malware or if he want to run some other campaigns. So currently this is not a malware. This is again a very simple technology thing, that Cyrillic letters can also be purchased. Apart from English, a lot of scripts can also be purchased as a domain name. This is what I am trying to show you. Rohit, next. Sir, can you change? This is one cool website which is known as Fish Tank. Yes. Cyber squatting. Yes, yes. Correct. So these companies, I am not sure, they are also trying to purchase some of the domains which look similar, but they are also not unable to purchase everything that is available with a similar name. Definitely Apple can claim this and sue this organization or individual, but it will take some time for Apple to come to know about this domain name. Until then, this particular scammer has scammed a lot of people. They come up with one more new domain name. In that case, if the particular domain name is blocked, they may come up with a new one. So this thing is happening every day. They are fine getting it blocked. Yes, we have solution for everything, but the thing is we are too curious and too desirable to so many things. You cannot buy everything, but this generation wants everything. The technology is upgrading and the trends are changing in a way, like in morning if I see on reels, a different trend, a different shade of lipstick is been promoted in a way that I really want it. In evening when I go back home after purchasing that lipstick, the trend is changed and you cannot keep up with trend. Everything comes down to trend, that is where we are spending, and we want to always have a lifestyle which has been promoted by reels and so many things. So the major reason that I feel is the quickly changing trend is making it very difficult for a layman to cope up. That is how people are falling for so many scams like these. And yeah, a lot of solutions are available, as you said, but awareness is something that is missing. The last thing that I want to show is Fish Tank. Fish Tank is a website where once you catch any phishing website, now as you know that Cyrillic alphabets phishing websites is also possible. When you come across and identify any of such website, you can come on this Fish Tank and submit the fish. In real life, once you catch the fish, what you do? You cook and eat. In the virtual world, when you come across any fish, you catch and submit, so that this website is going to help Google in a way that it is going to show that website suspicious to others. You are saving other people by submitting the fish. This is like reporting that particular website. On Instagram also, when you find out any scammer, you report it. And if a account is multiple time reported, then that account gets blocked. So similarly, here also we are reporting this website as a scam website. When it has been done multiple times, it will be out of Google and it will be a suspicious website, so that others will not fall for that particular attack. When you come across any website and if you want to check whether it is fish or no, so you can come on this website, click, is it a fish? So it will show you that is it previously reported by someone or not. So this is how you can keep yourself a little more updated about this phishing attacks. Is this clear? Any doubts? Yeah, please. Hmm. This can be a problem. Every solution comes with a new problem. This is a fact which is very well accepted, but this is something that has helped a lot of people online. So I think, yeah, problems are there everywhere, but this is one of the solution that I think we should add in. If good people like you and me will make this community, it will be a good community for us to use. If scammers are going to use it, then it is going to again very difficult. It's not actually working. Okay, so here are some safety measures that I want to give you all. Stay alert, analyze everything, and avoid. Please do not fall for everything at first. Stay alert, analyze, and avoid. Control your emotions. Do not get emotionally attached to so many things at once. Verify the source. Verifying the source can be done multiple ways. You can check for SSL certificate. You can check is it a fish or no. And there are so many ways to verify the source. Next is stay updated with latest attack vectors. This is very important because when you and me are not updated with latest attack vectors, it is going to be very difficult to identify what the scammers are thinking. They are always ahead of us and planning something in a new way. So you will have to be updated about the existing techniques that they are using. Next is be aware of fake pop-ups. We get a lot of pop-ups when we are surfing on websites. So be aware of that. That can also make you download a lot of malware. Doubt yourself, is your girlfriend, boyfriend, or family name a secure password? When I was giving this presentation, I said in a college that doubt yourself, is this a secure password? One student quickly raised his hand and said that, ma'am, I have a secure password. I said, don't you have any of these? He said, no, I have a secure password, that is my vehicle number plate. Is that a secure password? Like, is that an information which no one knows? So even vehicle number plate, which I have not added here, is again not a secure password. Any information that is publicly available is not a secure password. And he disclosed his password in front of the entire college. Next is, yeah, there are some more safety measures. Don't leave your webcam connected. A lot of attacks has been identified wherein webcams are used to record, and then these recordings are used in so many ways to ask for ransom, for blackmailing, and so many things. Don't share more than necessary. Also, online world, please do not share more than it is required about your location, about your family, about your health, about so many things which is not required. Don't meet strangers online alone. There is no such things as freebies. No one is going to give you anything for free. Accept this fact, please. Block and report. One last thing. Yeah. Block and report people for others' safety. Always report fish. I'm not sure about what is going to happen, but at least block for others' safety. So here I would like to call Rohit to take up the next presentation. Also, if we have any doubts during phishing, social engineering, or any of the types of it, so I would be happy to clear it. No? Yeah, please. LastPass is one of the service which says this, that they are a password manager. You cannot remember It's always been said that keep a different password for websites. If you keep it same, what happens? I'll tell you. Let's say if I have a same password, a very strong password, which is maybe 16 characters long, a 16 characters long password, which is very strong password, combination of alphanumeric, special characters, etc. But I keep that same password on all the other websites that I know. What is going to happen? If a data leak of any one of the service may happen, attacker can take that password from that leaked database and can log into all my accounts because I'm using the same password. That is how these companies like LastPass password managers are coming into existence and saying that save passwords with us, you don't have to remember. But I want to share with you that LastPass has also hacked and faced a data breach last month. That means all your passwords that was saved with LastPass was all leaked altogether. So these password managers are something again, please don't trust. How to remember passwords, different passwords for all the websites. You can use passphrases. That means make it something that with a statement that you only know. Maybe I came to Delhi at 2:15 by Indigo. This is something that I only know. Now you can choose some of the characters from these statements. You can make some alphanumeric, add some special characters. This is a statement which is not very much public, which you only know. This is again a little public one. You can choose some private instances which you only know. Make that statement in a way so that you can create your passwords. Passphrases is something that will help you. Other than that, there's nothing that you should rely on in terms of passwords. Anyone, any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I see the strength has reduced, but that's fine, no problem. I'll try my best to keep all of you connected for the next 30 minutes. Most of them are online, yeah. So thank you everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants who have come, all the participants who have joined online, the college faculty and the entire management team for organizing this. We really need to understand about cybersecurity, even though you do not want to take up cybersecurity as a professional career. You should know about cybersecurity basic hygiene. It is very, very important, not on a professional level, but at least on a personal level. Why? Because we all are connected to internet and we have an application for all our needs. And we all know this. When we are hungry, we use an application to order food. When we want to travel somewhere, we have an application to book a ticket. Do you guys agree with me? Yes. So at an enormous speed, we are getting digitalized, but we don't know the basic hygiene that we should follow, because of which we fall prey to cyber attacks. And we see a lot of people have now started creating cybersecurity awareness as well, but the attackers are getting sophisticated day by day. As my colleague Shifa have shown one of the practical in which we saw using ID and homograph attack, an attacker can still make a phishing attempt by creating a domain name which is deceptive to your eye, which you cannot identify very quickly. We all know we need to check spelling errors. We need to see the website name is correct or no. There is an HTTPS certificate. The website should not have any spelling mistakes in itself. There should not be something which is creating a sense of excitement, 99% off on iPhone 14. We all know this. But if an attacker uses a sophisticated technique like ID and homograph attack, there's a probability that we might fall prey to that attack. So we have to make sure that we also stay one step ahead by knowing and constantly keep ourselves updating about the trends that are happening in cybersecurity. So for that, we are going to understand the next part of the presentation, in which how cybersecurity is helpful to each of us to keep and maintain digital hygiene, as well as if you want to take up cybersecurity as a career, definitely you can. Before we go there, let's do a quick small exercise with every one of you. We all know about passwords. It is an integral part of our digital identity. Whenever we go on any website, be it a social media website, e-commerce, banking, anything, we have to keep a password. We also know this, that passwords should be strong. So it cannot be guessed by someone. As Shifa expressed, the password should not be a very common password which contains the name of anyone from your family, your wife, your husband, boyfriend, girlfriend, etc. But people still do this mistake in which they keep weak passwords which can easily be guessed by attackers. This technique is known as password spraying, in which if an attacker knows one of your password, he can use this password across multiple websites. So let's do a quick small exercise for 2 minutes. As we are speaking about passwords, how many of you have a password which is less than 8 characters? You do not need to tell me, you do not need to raise your hand. Just think, what is your password? If it is 8 characters or less, or it is less than 8 characters, then it is considered to be a weak password. If your password is less than 8 characters, it's a weak password. Why? Because it can be easily cracked with the help of a dictionary brute force attack. Now, what is a dictionary attack? Let's assume my Facebook password is my wife's name. Let's assume her name is Sita. So my password is Sita@123. This is a very, very common and weak password that can be cracked if I use a good computer which has a good amount of configuration, CPU, GPU. It will not take more than 24 to 48 hours to crack this password. Hence, passwords should be more than 8 characters and complex. My second question to all of you is, if you are from that part who did not have a password which is less than 8 characters, also it was not very simple, it was complex, which had an alphabet, uppercase, lowercase, a number, and a special character, then you're safe. But if you use the same password across 2 or more websites, then your strong or the secure password is again useless. So how many of you have a strong password but use it across more than 2 websites? Yes, we know this. We know that we need to keep safe and secure passwords, but we use it across multiple websites. Due to which, in fact, we ourselves render our secure password as useless. Why? Let's assume my password is more than 10 characters and it's very strong, and I'm using it on my bank.com for internet banking. I use the same password across multiple third-party websites wherein I sign up. I use the same password on a pizza delivery website, let's say pizza.com. If it gets compromised, if there is a data breach, my username and password will be exposed, and now these passwords can be found online from various forums wherein an attacker can take this and use the same secure password against your bank.com or your other social media accounts. So we need to make sure that we do not use the same passwords across multiple websites. Let's understand how I've been pawned. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add one of my email address that I've used. It's very old email address that I've used across multiple websites. I'm going to search. Now this website keeps a collection of all the data breaches that has happened in the past. For example, we know there was a data breach on Big Basket, Domino's, and other websites. When a data breach happens, all the information of the organization, first name, last name, email address, password, address, is being leaked on public forum wherein anyone can see that information and can utilize that information as well. Now here we see that my email address was compromised in these data breaches. There are in total 13 data breaches, as we can see over here, where I've used my email address. And if I used a very strong password, let's say 15 characters across all these websites, then the attacker would have gained access to all my accounts. You can see Domino's, 13 TB of compromised Domino's India appeared for sale on a hacking forum, and so many others. You guys can also check if your email address is found on Have I Been Pawned, and if yes, and if you have not changed your password, you can change your password. Also, it's a best practice that you change your passwords regularly. Every 10 to 15 days, change your password. It's a good practice, so that even though your password is compromised and is with the attacker, he will not be able to access your account anymore. So you should put this practice of regularly changing your passwords as well as keeping a secure password. Okay, so let's get back to the presentation. Sorry. Yeah. So what happens, sir, generally is whenever there is a data breach. So let's take an example of Big Basket. So Big Basket got compromised. Now the database is being taken by the attacker and they put this on sale on various forums on deep web and dark web. These information has been collected and This information then is put on the surface web, which we all have access to. Other forums like 4chan, Pastebin, etc. Now what happens is, these websites like Have I Been Pwned, they continuously keep on collecting all the information that is available in the public domain. And they create a database after that. So when we enter our email address, they go and validate in that database if the email address exists or no. So if we go and on the internet and if we search for breached compilation PwnDB, PWNED, PwnDB, it will give you an entire list of all the databases of data breach that has happened so far till now, and it is available free of cost. So anyone can download it, although it would be in very big size in TBs. But these websites use the same database to identify if our email address has been compromised or not. Yeah. So, yeah.
How do you sweep your data from their database?
So what the first step that we can do is, if we identify that our email address is compromised, immediately change your passwords on those websites. This is the first action that we can take. Second is that what we can do is, if those websites are not required to be used, we can deactivate our accounts from there, because we have seen that there is already a data breach that has happened in past. Now the attacker could still have access to this organization's infrastructure. They could again get access to our information as well. So if it is not mandatory, we quit that website. So this is generally zero trust model, in which we do not, if ever breached, we do not again go back to that organization or that website. Welcome. Yeah. Okay. So generally what happens is, email IDs are unique. It cannot be duplicated. But in Gmail, what we can do is we can add plus two email addresses. For example, let's say my email address is rohit@gmail.com. So I can add a plus, so Rohit plus Facebook support@gmail.com. So I can create email IDs like this, and I can use them for phishing. Yeah. For another. Okay. Okay. Correct. So we have to check for that. Generally, what happens is email IDs are only unique email IDs. So if rohit@hacktify.in is an email address, I cannot create a similar email address. If I want to do a phishing attack, I can do it using two ways. The first is I can identify a vulnerability and do a email spoofing. Through email spoofing, I can use the same sender's email address and send an email, in which the email will not go through the original sender's inbox, but through the attacker's gateway. This is the first thing. Second is I can attack the organization, the SMTP server, which is responsible for sending mails, and through there I can send the email without getting the username and password of that email address. So these two techniques might have happened in that case, through which the emails were sent. Yeah. Anyone has any more questions? Okay. If there are no questions, we can move ahead. Before we start, disclaimer, this talk is entirely based on my research, and it portrays growth opportunities and the need of skilled professionals in cybersecurity space. We have seen all of this already. Shifa has shown this, how communication happened in past olden days, how it has evolved so much. Now we get a constant acknowledgement of delivery of our message or any data that we send currently on the internet. Just for a very simple example, we know that we use WhatsApp and there is a blue tick which gives us the acknowledgement that our message has been either delivered or has been read. With so much fast, enormous speed of which we are sharing the data, we should also know what are the hazards that comes across with it. So for that, understanding cybersecurity is very, very vital. So we are going to see that how cybersecurity can be implemented as a career option for everyone, or if not professionally, how it can be used on a personal level so that you can safeguard at least yourself, people around you, your family members, your peers, etc. Next. These are the biggest data breaches that has happened in 2021. I have listed down over here. Domino's, MobiKwik, Facebook, Air India, Upstocks, etc. There are a lot of data breaches that has happened in which there are Indian companies that have been attacked. There has been a cyber attack, data breach. Your sensitive information has been put on sale online. And people are not aware about it as well. There is a very important need of making people aware about how data breaches can affect their online identities. People generally think that keeping an Aadhaar card safe with you is very important because it's my identity. Similarly, keeping an email address is very important. Keeping it safe is also important. Not signing up on any random website that you come across, or clicking on every random email that comes into your inbox, because that can be used against you. That email address can be used in a cyber attack. So we have to make sure that our online identity that we make is also very important as our Aadhaar card. We need cybersecurity professionals. There is a dire need of cybersecurity professionals in our country right now, because if we see the current state of cybersecurity in organizations, there is a lack of skilled workforce. And after COVID-19, we have seen, in fact, in COVID-19 itself, we saw a drastic change in the culture of how organizations and people work. All of you would agree that we have started pushing ourselves so much using online platforms. Let me ask you, 5 years ago from now, did you knew or did you use Zoom very frequently? Or did you even knew that what Zoom is? Very few of you, right? But due to this drastic shift, we have been so much exposed on the internet, and we have been using these applications, these websites so much that we forget the basic hygiene that we need to keep. The same applies to organizations as well. Due to COVID-19, offline operations has been shut down, but organizations still have to run. Without proper security posture of organizations, they migrated online. Work from home culture started building up, in which employees started working online. But there was no proper training given to them. They did not knew how to handle when they get a call, when they get an email, etc. Organization switched to online modes wherein they started opening up new websites for admin access, for VPN access, started admin portal and different set of panels online. But they did not knew how to secure this. So what happened is, we saw a very rampant increase of cyber attacks on organizations in COVID-19, because attackers identified that This is something new. This attack surface of websites, applications, new IP addresses getting set it up for organizations. This was never before. Organizations have been forced to move their infrastructure online to let their business continuity go on, due to which attackers identified the hidden attack surface and started attacking organizations. As organizations were not ready for the gradual online shift, their assets that were exposed, vulnerable, started being attacked, and there was a lot of data breaches that started happening. Due to which, every organization now needs cybersecurity specialists or cybersecurity engineers to safeguard their infrastructure, their organizations. So what is cybersecurity? As we are discussing so much about cybersecurity, in simple words, it's the protection of computer systems and networks from cyber attacks that happens in day-to-day life. Why cybersecurity is important, and why should I make a career in cybersecurity? So, why cybersecurity for organizations? To stop cyber attacks. And when there will be less number of data breaches or attacks on any organization, automatically there would be trust that would be built between the customers and the clients. And it is a very effective way for an organization to identify and pinpoint the security risks that exist in the infrastructure of the organization, which can be fixed in a timely manner. Why cybersecurity is the future? As I already gave an example of the gradual shift that we are facing in terms of organizations, in terms of people, we have to understand that we cannot run away from cybersecurity. We are the integral part of the internet, and security is something that we have to implement in ourselves. What are the most affected industries in cyber attacks? As you can see on this graph, finance, manufacturing, energy, retail, professional services, healthcare, these are some of the industries that have been attacked. And these attacks have been continuously increasing. We have seen in 2021-2022 stats, healthcare is one of the sector which is attacked the most. Why? Because there is very, very critical information or data that has been with healthcare industry. And attackers use ransomware attacks to attack organizations, lock their data, and ask ransom in return. So all of these sectors require cybersecurity professionals. The damage caused by ransomwares. As you can see over here, 90% of the phishing emails deliver ransomware. What is a ransomware? Ransomware is a combination of two words, ransom and ware. Ransom is basically to ask for extortion for money, and ware comes from software. So it is a type of software. If you install it into your computer, it will lock all your files or encrypt all your files. Now, to get back the access of your files, your photos, videos, and everything, you need to put a key or a password. The password will only be given to you when you pay a ransom to the attacker. That is called as a ransomware. There's a very gradual shift in ransomwares being used across the globe to attack organizations.
We are attacked by ransomware. Who should take our back?
Yeah, it's a good question. Without paying the money. Yeah. So it's a very good question which has been asked. If by mistake, if we install a ransomware, can we get our data back? So the answer is it depends. Because how a ransomware works is, ransomware works on the principle of cryptography, wherein it is going to encrypt your data and it is going to only decrypt the data with the help of a key. If you don't have the key, we cannot decrypt the data. So now it depends, as you asked, now it depends how the ransomware is being coded. If there is a flaw that has been identified in the code itself, we can get the key from the ransomware when we decompile it. And that way we can take the key and we can decrypt our data. Some ransomwares also have flaws in which they leak the key in the memory when they run. So Kaspersky is an organization, antivirus company, which has created 5 to 10 ransomware decryptors, wherein their research team has identified that these are the ransomware softwares which leak the key in the memory or in the code.
But we should go for these companies to actually get them.
That's correct. Yeah. We can also help in that case. But attackers are also getting sophisticated, as I said. So they are using advanced techniques now for encrypting the data, which makes it very difficult for security researchers as well to decrypt back the data and get it into its original form. The best thing that we can do is not to run any software that is not trusted. Do not download anything from torrent or any third-party source or run it into your computer. That could be containing a malware like a ransomware. Yeah. Always keep a backup. No, only the local system. Yeah. Always keep a backup of your system or your important data. So periodic backups is very important so that you can create a restore point. You can go back to a specific state of your data that you want. If you do not have a backup, everything will be lost. These are some of the stats that you guys can see that has happened. In 1 in 4 paying users never recovered their data. The ransomware that encrypted the data, even while the organizations paid, they were not able to decrypt the data. There's no official way of communicating the threat actors or the attackers. Everything happens, or the ransom is paid in cryptocurrencies. So there's no way that we can track it as well, because the wallets that are being created are dark wallets that are connected to deep web and dark web, and there's no way that we can trace back where the payments are going. Sorry. What is the eligibility criteria to get into cybersecurity? You need to be a graduate, BE, BTech, BSc, IT, BCA. Apart from this, if you are very curious to go into cybersecurity, you can. Cybersecurity welcomes everyone. This is a minimum criteria for organizations that have a cutoff or a prerequisite for students to get into their organizations. Understanding what are operating systems, what is Windows, what is Linux is important. Understanding how network works, what is networking. Understanding how a mobile works. By mobile, I do not mean how to scroll Instagram and Facebook. We should know how a mobile architecture works. What is an Android application? What is Android architecture, etc. Linux shell scripting is important. And if you're comfortable with any one programming language, that will be an add-on for you if you want to get into cybersecurity. Now, programming language can be anything. It could be Python, Java, Golang, whatever you're comfortable with. Job roles and opportunities. Here you can see in this triad, these are entry level, mid level, and senior management roles that one can get once they break in and make a career in cybersecurity. So you would be first ethical hacker in the entry level. There are different designations or different roles that are being given, like a security analyst, penetration tester, etc. After that, gaining some amount of experience, you go to the mid level, and then finally to the senior management, which is maybe a security manager or a CISO. This gives you a rough idea. Now it would vary based on organizations, how their organization hierarchy and structure is, but this is a very generic idea of how roles are being segregated in organizations in cybersecurity. These are some of the tools that you can do hands-on on initially, which are used in the industry, like Nmap, Equinetics, Burpsuite, SQLmap, etc. All of these tools are free, open source tools. That means you can download them for free, do hands-on practicals on them, and make yourself ready. Tips to grow in cybersecurity: you should have a great understanding of what is OWASP. OWASP stands for Open Web Application Security Project. This is a project which lays down the security fundamentals and vulnerability categories that you should have a good understanding on. Network, APIs, bug bounties, and again Linux. These are some of the bug bounty programs. As Shifa has expressed initially, a bug bounty is a method in which any one of you can participate and hack legally onto any company like Google, Facebook, Apple, find a bug, report to them in good faith, and they will give you a reward. These are some of the platforms that you can sign up for free and start doing bug bounties. And I'm very happy to say that me and Shifa, we both have recently started one of the bug bounty, India's first bug bounty program. Just 1 month ago, we did an inauguration for that as well. And it is going to be live very soon, in which we will focus on critical infrastructure for Indian companies or Indian organizations, wherein we see that most of the organizations that are on the bug bounty programs are from different countries of the world, but very less focus on Indian infrastructure, wherein they serve critical sectors as well. So very soon, this will be live for public sign up, public registrations, wherein you can sign up, you can identify programs, and you can report security vulnerabilities to them as well. What is the salary structure? Yeah, question? Yeah. 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 So, sir has asked if Linux is safe and can we shift to an open source software, because there's generally, we think that open source is not, open source software has been contributed by a lot of people and might not be safe. So in this thing, Linux can be used as your main base operating system. It is safe to use, and 90% of the servers that run on the internet run on Linux. One more added advantage that we get with Linux is, as on Linux, we interact with Linux using command line interface, CLI. We give commands to get executed. But whereas in Windows, we see there is more of GUI, graphical user interface. We install software, we click everywhere, because of which we do not know if we download a third-party software, what it is doing in the background. Because we download a software, it says, let's say, spin wheel to earn money. We do that, we don't know what is exactly getting executed in the background. Whereas in Linux, it is not like that. We want to execute a program, we have to give a permission to the program, and then we have to execute it via CLI through command. So we know what you type is basically what you get. So in that way, it is compared safe. Although there are some exploits and malwares that are also developed for Linux compared to Windows, but they are comparatively less. So in short, it is safe to use, and it's good because if anyone wants to make a career in cybersecurity, they go in any organization, they would be now exposed to using Linux. So if they are already familiar about the commands, directory structure, permissions, it would be really helpful for them. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah. Correct. Yes. So this is a very valid question. We do not know about the person who's going to submit the vulnerability onto the platform. Generally, what happens is security researchers do this. If they identify a potential security vulnerability, they do not report it to organizations. They try to make more money out of it by selling it to different platforms. And there are some legal platforms which also acquire premium exploits. For example, ZeroDM is a company which acquire exploits on behalf of companies, which later they use it for some purposes. Now, when a researcher signs up onto a bug bounty platform, there is an undertaking and consent that has been taken by the organization when they sign up, that whatever vulnerability research that they do has to be submitted to the company itself. Now it depends upon how the other side, the user, wants to take that. So what we do on Breachpoint is, before any user signs up, there is a certification which is professional ethics that he has to undergo. And based on that, after he clears that, he can sign up on the website and then he can start identifying vulnerabilities. So that certification basically gives him an idea about what are professional ethics, how he has to behave when he has identified any vulnerability. And we also make an insurance for that specific organization as well. So if anything like this happens, or if there is a data breach, and if that violates the policy, then there could be a legal problem for that specific researcher. Correct. Yeah. Okay. So let's understand the salary structure quickly. Okay. So by default, the salary structure for organizations, if we see at an entry level role, is it starts with a salary of 3.5 lakhs per annum, and it can go up to 9 lakhs per annum for an entry level role. Now, it depends upon organizations of how big is the organization, and it also depends upon the role that you are going to get assigned to. So we have seen that in cybersecurity, this is the range of salary that has been provided to security researchers. Now, there are various factors that add on to this, which is your skill set, which is your geographical location, which you are going to apply for that role, etc. But this is the basic salary structure that we see. And an interesting fact is that cybersecurity has not seen a recession in COVID-19 as well, wherein if we see other unorganized sectors, there was a lot of problems that arise. But we saw a parabolic growth in cybersecurity, in which there were a lot of hirings that were done continuously to safeguard infrastructure and organizations. And lastly, I would like to say that the current state of cybersecurity that we see in our country is developing, and there is going to be definitely a lot of opportunities that are going to open up. So if any one of you is willing to make a career in cybersecurity, this is the best time. Definitely, yes, it is a very, very rewarding career, and it can be very helpful for you professionally. And personally, it is very important for every one of you to know about the basic hygiene so that you keep your digital life safe. With this, I would like to end my presentation over here. Thank you everyone for listening very patiently. Okay. So there are various platforms. Internet is full of resources that you can get. Everything for free. But there is one thing on the internet which is causing a problem for people to learn. Everything that we see is in the form of an ocean. There are a lot of resources. But as a beginner, I need a guided path. Right? If I do not have a guided path, I'm going to invest 10 times more of my time, energy, and efforts to collect resources, to validate those resources, and to learn. Because if you simply go on YouTube and you search how to hack, you would see a lot of videos that even don't work. Or some of the videos may tend you to install a software which is a malware or a ransomware, right? If you go and search for how to hack Facebook, you will see a software install that software and your system already gets compromised. So there is an issue with the resources if you are a beginner, if you do not know how to streamline resources. So for that, what you can do is you can enroll for some courses on Udemy. Udemy is a good source to enroll courses. You can get good courses from there. Self-learning courses, you can learn about that. There are some good YouTube channels as well, good content creators in cybersecurity that you can follow and consume the content from there. These are some of the free resources. There are also some paid resources that you can get. If you want, you can go and get a course from EC Council website, wherein you can get the certification as well. We also provide certification training courses on ISAC India. So if you're interested, you can have a look at that as well. Apart from that, every year we do a cybersecurity internship for free. And you can also take part into that and you will learn about cybersecurity in that too. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful session, sir. This session was indeed very insightful, and I hope our guests have taken a lot of notes and will take care of the sessions that and the points that sir has given us. I would now request our guests and our participants to proceed for the lunch. of verification. सबसे पहले किस second year, 3 years ago. निवेश के साथ वहाँ जाने के लिए निवेश करने I welcome you all again here with us for the dialogue on deciphering cyber vulnerabilities in the era of advancing digitalization. Our moderator for the day is Nimish Goyal. He is Manager Cybersecurity Expert, Ernst & Young. We have speakers with us today. Shruti Bisht, Advocate Supreme Court National President, Cybersecurity Council, WICCI, India. We have Mrs. Priya Adilakha, Associate Partner, SS Rana and Company. Respected Major Vineet Kumar, Founder and Global President of Cyber Peace Foundation. Professor Triveni Singh, IPS, SP Cybercrime Uttar Pradesh. And now we'd like to begin with the felicitation ceremony. I would request I would request Dr. Deepika Verma to kindly felicitate Vineet sir. Now, I would request Vikas sir to kindly felicitate Priya ma'am. Now, I would request Mehak Rathi ma'am to kindly felicitate Nimish sir. Now, I would request Anu Behel ma'am to kindly felicitate Shruti Bisht ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Triveni Singh sir has joined us online as he had to travel back for Chhat Puja. Your presence would have been very appreciated, sir, but we are looking forward to hear from you. Now, I would request Nimish Goyal sir to kindly take over the stage.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So, we have a very interesting topic for today, deciphering cyber vulnerabilities in the era of advancing digitization. Now, if you look at the cyber evolution that has happened in humans, we evolved from apes to humans. Now humans are dependent on apps. Everything is just one click away from us. Everything that we own, everything that we have everything is on cloud somewhere sitting outside our permissible limit. So if you look at today's world, the number of cyber attacks have increased multifolds, and the cyber attackers are finding new modes to attack people. Now, in this scenario, it becomes very important to educate people. So I would like to ask Muni sir, what are the key challenges that we are facing in educating people nowadays, and how people are coping with the new challenges, new trends that the attackers are making in?
Thank you, Nimishji, and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I know post-lunch session, so it would be a difficult task for you to keep yourself awake, but I'm sure the session would be quite informative and something that connects everyone, whether a techie or a non-techie, whether kind of a expert or a non-expert, it connects everyone in the society today. So like you asked Nimishji about the kind of challenges, cyberspace, first of all, let me say it's full of opportunities. ये ऐसा स्पेस है जहां अपॉर्चुनिटीज इतने बढ़ गए हैं आज के दिन में that in fact entire dimension has changed, and it's no more the era of doctors, engineers और ये बात करने की, but in cyber I have seen there's so many new job opportunities that have come up. Like today even a YouTuber earns quite a lot just by shooting video, just by creating video. So that has become one of the career options. So similar to that, there are many career options that are coming up. Because everything is moving on to cyber, and thanks to one positive side of COVID-19, I would say, was the shift that happened. तो हम लोगों ने जो सोचा था कि ऑनलाइन स्कूलिंग हमारे पास शायद 10 साल के बाद आएगी, that came much before, that was advanced, and we saw students moving into online schooling mode from regular schooling. We saw a lot of people getting connected to each other. आप लोगों ने भी शायद लॉकडाउन के दौरान आपस में जो भी बातचीत अपने फैमिली, अपने परिजनों से जब भी बात किया होगा तो साइबर के माध्यम से बात किया होगा. That showed the kind of opportunities that this space has. It opened a lot of doors, lot of opportunities. But like people generally say कि अच्छी चीजों के साथ कुछ बुरी चीज आती है, तो इसके साथ भी कुछ बुरी चीज आई और today I'm going to talk about the darker side of the cyberspace. क्या क्या challenges आए, क्या क्या, and in fact my dear friend Triveni ji is also there. I'm sure he'll share from the police perspectives what he has seen on the ground. But as civil society, Cyberpeace is a grassroots organization. We are an NGO. And we have been interacting with people, helping people जो भी victim हो जाते हैं cyber crime के, तो हम उनको मदद करते हैं, and we are trying to build an ecosystem for safety of people. So the kind of challenges that we saw a steep rise in the cases of bullying related, stalking related, sextortion. आपने सुना होगा, sextortion is I would say the new set of cyber crime that is happening. Generally sextortion को हम relate करते थे कि sextortion महिलाओं के साथ, it happens with women, but what we saw recently in the past 1.5 years, that even a male person, and it is across genders, let us not just name genders, it is across all genders are being targeted with the sextortion scam. It is happening with a child, it is happening with a senior citizen also. Somebody calls you on WhatsApp पे कॉल करके, अगर आपने एक वीडियो कॉल है, आपने किसी अननोन नंबर को उठा लिया, suddenly a video gets opened up, and then thereafter there is somebody on the other side, a criminal gang on the other side, and there are people there, in fact there are ladies who are also there in that gang, who strip their clothes in front of the camera and then they capture you in that moment. Now we have been getting a lot of cases, even member of parliaments have reached out to us, member of parliaments being targeted, in fact some police officers being targeted, judges getting targeted, academics, professors being targeted. So it's all across, and sextortion has become one major problem today that the society is facing. Other than stalkerware, one thing, in fact, we have just released a report for our information. अगर आप Google करेंगे Cyberpeace और in trafficking, cyber-enabled trafficking, आपको पूरा रिपोर्ट मिल जाएगा, जो अभी 3 दिन पहले चेयरपर्सन ऑफ द नेशनल कमीशन फॉर प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ चाइल्ड राइट्स हैड रिलीज्ड. और इस रिपोर्ट में हमने क्लियरली दिखाया है कि साइबर स्पेस से चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज कैसे हो रहा है, सेक्सुअल अब्यूज, नॉट जस्ट चाइल्ड बट सेक्सुअल अब्यूज कैसे हो रहा है, और साथ ही साथ ट्रैफिकिंग कैसे हो रहा है. Would you imagine today major trafficking related incident, the first contact happens on the cyberspace. Victim को सबसे पहले cyberspace पे target किया जाता है through different messages. The people who kind of study the profile, they study the profile, and in fact one of our team members, they actually spoke to one of the criminals, and I'm sure Professor Jayashankar would also add when he speaks about different psyche of the criminal. But एक case जो हमारे सामने आया था, when people were speaking, when my team actually spoke to the criminal, he kind of accepted कि he used to do a proper profiling. कोई भी ऐसे अगर it happened with all genders, like I said, all genders were being targeted, तो somebody कोई अपना selfie लेके फोटो भेज रहा, majority of the photographs में अकेला फोटो है, सिर्फ selfies और कोई आसपास नहीं है, then they used to kind of make that profile as an important profile. उनके नजरिए से ये person can be targeted because this person is lonely and looking for someone. So this is the level that they have gone, studying each and every profile, then kind of collating all that profile and then further targeting. One more incident happened with a victim. यहाँ पे तो victim को, in fact, she was again trafficked. उनको trafficking कर दिया गया, उसके बाद abuse किया गया and everything. When the teams actually in fact spoke to the victim said कि हमारे पास इतने request आ रहे थे, daily that person used to message me 20 times. Then finally I thought I should give up because it is happening too much. I should go and meet that particular criminal. When she met that criminal, after that the entire thing happened with her, and then uske baad she was trafficked and several other things happened. So these are the things, these are the way that victim was not even aware ki blocking kya feature hai. I mean, that's where digital empowerment ka message becomes quite important. Awareness becomes quite important. If somebody is stalking you, somebody is bullying you, you need to know how do you report, how can you report that profile, which unfortunately in India, majority of the people are unaware कि हमें report कैसे करना है. और आधे लोग तो ये ऐसे आते हैं हमारे पास, बोलते हैं हमें report नहीं करना है. We kind of push people know कि that you need to report. अगर आपको assistance चाहिए पुलिस से, अगर आपको चाहिए कि criminal पकड़ा जाए, तो आपको open होना पड़ेगा. चुप्पी तोड़ो करके हमने कैंपेन भी हमने उसमें चलाया कि साइबर में चुप्पी तोड़ो और जाके रिपोर्ट करो। रिपोर्टिंग इज अटमोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट। डोंट थिंक कि सोसाइटी क्या सोचेगा, ये सब बहुत लोगों के साथ हो रहा है। पीपल थिंक कि सोसाइटी में पता चल जाएगा, घर वालों को पता चल जाएगा, आस पड़ोस में लोगों को पता चल जाएगा तो शादी नहीं होगी, ये नहीं होगी। बट अगर आपने चुप रहना सीख लिया तो वहीं पे आपका, आप समझ जाएं कि आपको फर्दर एक्सप्लॉयटेशन का आपने डोर्स खोल दिया क्रिमिनल्स के लिए। So that's one of the things that we have seen, and that's a major concern today, that people don't report. The moment they start reporting, then I'm sure majority of the cases will go down. And people should not think कि इस district में, for example, हमारा statistics आता है NCRB में कि इतना मुंबई शहर में सबसे ज्यादा साइबर क्राइम हुआ। इसका ये मतलब नहीं है सबसे ज्यादा क्राइम हुआ है वहां पे। क्राइम कोई दूसरा भी शहर हो सकता है, सबसे ज्यादा क्राइम है वहां, रिपोर्टिंग सबसे ज्यादा हुआ है। पीपल टेक इट दी अदर वे कि यहाँ पे तो सबसे ज्यादा हुआ, ये बहुत खराब सिटी है, वहाँ क्राइम बहुत हो रहा है। देयर आर पॉकेट्स। इनफैक्ट अभी वी हैव जस्ट लॉन्च्ड, आपने, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव सीन जामतारा बाय द वे? कैन आई सी योर हैंड्स? देखा है जामतारा? अच्छा, एंड हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो 1930? देयर इज अ नंबर कॉल्ड एज 1930, मालूम है? I just see one hand up. Now see, this is the thing. Awareness, that number, there is a national helpline call as 1930. आपके साथ कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया, पैसे निकल गए, fraud हो गया, you need to report. But in this room, I see just one hand. There's a portal called as cybercrime.gov.in where you can go and report online. But I'm sure many of you don't know. So Jamtara was one thing. Our team actually helped the Jamtara team, gave them various case studies. अभी हमने Jamtara के साथ एक booklet भी अभी launch किया, I'll show you later, जिसमें हमने different crimes comic के माध्यम से किस तरह के crime हो सकते हैं, कैसे crime से बचे, OTP fraud क्या होता है, KBC fraud क्या होता है, अलग अलग kind of crime के बारे में हमने बताया है। फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड फोकस्ड है वो पूरा एपिसोड हमारा। सो आई विल शेयर दैट बुकलेट आल्सो विथ यू ऑल एंड समथिंग दैट यू कैन डिसेमिनेट। सो दिस इज वन वे टू एजुकेट पीपल एंड दैट्स व्हाई पीपल शुड नो कि आखिर अवेयरनेस क्या होता है। दूसरा, फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड की भी बात करें तो ये सेट पैटर्न है। आप बस जान जाए कि अगर कोई सेंस ऑफ अर्जेंसी क्रिएट करे, somebody who is trying to create a sense of urgency कि अभी आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड ब्लॉक हो जाएगा, आपका बैंकिंग अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा, if you don't give me this OTP, आप समझिए गड़बड़ है। See, legitimate organization, whether it is bank or any legitimate company, they don't ask information this way. I mean, अगर आपको financial information, you can walk up to the bank, nearest bank branch, and then give the account information. Or if it is a call coming from a telecom company, walk into the nearest telecom का जो भी Airtel store or whatever, and वहाँ पे जाके information दे। So, sense of urgency. The moment sense of urgency is created, that's where you need to take a pause. Next, आपको आएगा ऑफर, लाइक जामतारा। तब जो आपने जामतारा देखा है, बस समझ जाए वही जामतारा स्टाइल कि आपको 5,000 में आईफोन 13, 14 प्रो जिसकी कीमत 1 लाख रुपए पॉसिबल नहीं है। कौन क्यों देगा कोई इतने सस्ते में? बस उसको उस लॉजिक को लगाना है कि सेंस ऑफ अर्जेंसी हो, ये हो, वहां पे आपको कोई एक्स्ट्रा ऐसा ऑफर दे रहा हो जिसमें विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है। जहां विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है वहीं पे टेक अ स्टेप बैक, डोंट टेक वन स्टेप फॉरवर्ड, टेक वन स्टेप बैक वहां पे। So that's one of the things. And then the romance scams are also quite common, where there's one way like urgency हुआ, ये हुआ, दूसरा for those people who are looking for partners online and all that, उनको अगर एक लिंक आ गया कि मुझसे दोस्ती करोगे, they get into that trap. And this is highly skilled criminals जो कि इस ट्रैक को इसको करते, एक बार फंस गए तो फंस गए।
I think they play on the human psychology.
Exactly.
Where they want to manipulate everyone, they go ahead with the breach of trust.
Exactly.
Then manipulate you and then build up the fear so that you
Yeah.
fall into that
Exactly.
trap
Exactly.
to do those things. Now, I would like to ask this question to Professor Triveni as well. How these manipulation works in police department? How does it? Because these would also bring in jurisdiction problems for the police officers. With these crimes increasing, our officials can be trained to make sure they give right opportunity, right guidance to the people who are targeted, and then cyber attacks are happening on them.
Yeah, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, Professor, you are.
Yeah. So let's see the statistics first. If I am talking about Uttar Pradesh, then in last 3 years, we have got more than 3 lakh cases. 3 lakh cases related with cybercrime. And if we conduct further analytics, then we find that 56% cases generally related with social media fraud. And then rest of the 26 or something percent, it's a financial fraud. And rest of the crime are highly technical in nature, ransomware attack. Recently you have seen. Then just 7 days back, you might have read it in newspaper. 146 crore rupees was transferred from a bank to other bank account fraudulently by fraudster. 146 crore. And if we are talking about the modus operandi the criminals are using, in this particular case, because I was the investigator, I found that they had used the keylogger, keylogger and the banking system from where the banking transactions were being operated by the banking employee, keylogger. And then they had intruded in their intranet and they had implanted their laptop along with few sophisticated software to scan their entire infra. So they had implanted another network, Vodafone. Two network was operating their Airtel and Sifi. Another network, they had implanted their Vodafone. So remotely they were sitting somewhere else, and then they were doing all kinds of banking operation, which was supposed to be done only by the bankers, and they transferred 146 crore rupees. Even they had managed to get the whitelisted IP. So I am talking about this technology because you should imagine what kind of expertise, what kind of knowledge, what kind of skill set the cyber criminals are using right now. Then again, we were investigating a case in which the case started from 2.2 lakh rupees. But when we investigated the entire case, we found that 4,200 crore rupees were siphoned up by the Chinese criminals. They are sitting in China, they are accessing ICC Bank from there, and to access this ICC Bank server, they were using virtual machine of Amazon.in. The server is located in Mumbai, so as to befool the police that this call is this access is from Mumbai. But the fact was that they were accessing it from China by virtual machine. Okay. And then they were targeting the ICICI Bank. From there, the money was going to JPay, a cryptocurrency exchange platform. And from there, they were sending entire money, 4,200 crore rupees, to Binance in cryptocurrency. And by using mixer technology, they were sending it to China, When we got the entire details related with wallet, then we found that the average age of those criminals who were sitting inside China, their age was just 17 to 27, 28, 29 maximum, So this young, a few young guys, they had looted the country by 4,200 crore rupees, 4,200. Now you can think about what kind of crime is happening in cyberspace. Earlier, they used to go to the bank. They, at the gunpoint, they used to loot some money. Now sitting outside, inside their home, they are robbing the entire bank. Sitting inside their own hotel room, they are robbing, millions of youth who are seeking jobs in name of part-time job. Some of them are seeking instant loan. Some are interested in doing trading in cryptocurrency and all that. So that technically they are so savvy, technically they are so smart cyber criminals that law enforcement agency is finding very difficult to track them. The moment a new technology comes up, the cyber criminals are the first one to exploit that technology. And that's why your topic is what kind of vulnerability is there? This is the vulnerability. We are not technically qualified, like law enforcement agency, we are not technically qualified. By our own efforts, by our own passion, we are learning something. Now we have started focusing upon capacity building in terms of cyber forensic capacity, in terms of making these cops aware related with intellectual property law and information technology act and all that. But initially, the cops, they are not recruited to be trained to investigate this kind of technology crimes. That is the main hurdle. That is the main challenge, you know. And as far as vulnerability is concerned, everyone is vulnerable, be it your personal life, be it your school, college life, or corporate sector. And primarily you're not critical infra, you know. Recently you might have read it newspaper when there was a attack on power grid in Maharashtra. And they have successfully attacked power grid, you know, gas pipeline in USA also. And even several country has been under constant attack by the cyber criminals. Those cyber criminals earlier, they used to operate from local. Now they went to a national level, and now they have created an international syndicate. One of his partner is sitting in India, the another was sitting in Vietnam and Thailand, and the victim is somewhere from USA and Canada. The resultant effect, you know, it's happening on someone who is sitting in Singapore. So the nature of the crime has gone global, intercontinental, you know. Each and every crime is interstate or maximum crime is related with or global in nature, because we have to gather data from all the different service providers. The hosting service provider is somewhere else. The man who created the website, he is sitting somewhere else. Then when at the time of purchasing the domain, I was using the credit card of some Japanese. So and I have to get all this data from different sources from different country, and then we'll be able to successfully crack the case. Otherwise, we won't. So that's why you always suggest that there should be a vertical, you know, cyber vertical inside the police, cyber vertical inside each and every organization. Now the CISO is appointed in every department, as far as, because most of the audience is police students. Briefly, I would like to mention about the opportunity that are available in cyber domain. They can be good cyber forensic expert, you know. Last year, 5 students were selected from NFSU, and 5 of them were given the package of 45 lakh rupees per month after doing BTech in cyber forensic from NFSU. So this is the opportunity for them. They can be a good cyber lawyer, you know. Once I was talking to my cyber lawyer friend, they told me that their one-day fee is 5 lakh rupees. I talked to 3 of them, and all of them are demanding, their day fees is between 3 to 5 lakh. So this is so lucrative. And if we're talking about the cyber security professional, so they are the highest paid in any organization. You can go for the fraud risk management team, risk containment in Big Four, and you cannot imagine the salary they are going to offer. The terms condition is that you should have understanding of cyber security. You should have basic understanding of basic cyber law or regulation by RBI or some regulatory agency. You should have basic idea what compliances are, what ISO 27001 or PCI DSS. You should have basic understanding, and there is no lack of job. So that's my message. And
since we have a larger population to cover, and we have everybody, whether we have educated people falling for these attacks, we have unaware people who are falling for these attacks, we have top level officials, police officers. Now, with the larger population that we have, I would again bring this question to Mr. Vineet, as we were discussing, how do we educate such a mass audience? What could be an education model that will help everybody to be cyber aware in this case?
That's a very, very good and interesting question. So over years, what we have also seen, and in fact, we have tried different stuff at Cyber Peace when it comes to education and awareness. And there are certain things that work, there are certain things that don't work. सबसे पहले तो in fact मैं बोलना चाहूँगा कि do's and don'ts. Like for children, if we kind of make those do's and don'ts का booklets and send it to them, nobody reads. So the education and the IC material that is there, सबसे पहले तो it should be in the language that is interesting to children, or not just children, but it is across age groups. So आपको उस language में आपको educate करना होगा जिस language पे लोग समझें awareness के बारे में. For example, when we go to villages, जहाँ हम गांव में जाते हैं, वहाँ पे अगर हम उनको booklet देंगे, उसका कोई value नहीं होगा. kind of crimes that are happening, especially financial fraud, aisa to nahi ki that now it is just in tier 3 or maybe metros and all that. It has gone deep down into villages. In fact, more and more people are joining the digital India, I would say. These people who are coming are from the grassroots, from villages and smaller towns. अब वहां पे उनके पास अगर हम जाएंगे और उनको डूज एंड डोंट्स बताएंगे और बुकलेट देंगे तो दे विल नॉट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इट इज. So if you want to deliver the message, it should be in the form that they understand. What we experimented and it really worked well was when we talked about financial safety, safety of their UPI apps, mobile phones and etc. We organized some nukkad nataks. तो skits के फॉर्म में, नुक्कड़ नाटक के फॉर्म में, एक छोटा सा एक PSA, एक पिक्चर के फॉर्म में उनको दिखाया, उनको बताया कि इस तरह से चोरी हो सकती है, आपके फोन से पैसा निकल सकता है और इस तरह से नुकसान पहुंच सकता है. That's one. Because we have to think how we can educate those people who are joining technology first time. That is very important क्योंकि एक बार उनका ट्रस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी से अगर हट जाएगा तो it take time. Because scaring and honestly speaking, I'm not in for scaring people. Like security में I've seen people scare quite a lot. ऐसे हो गया, ये हो गया, वो हो गया. I said it's not something कि आपको, it's a very difficult territory or a very, I would say difficult territory जहाँ पे आपको चलना, आपके साथ हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम होगा, ऐसा नहीं है. You just need to follow some basic cyber hygiene, some best practices. आप अगर best practices को follow कर लें, गिन के 10-15 बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस उसको फॉलो कर लेंगे तो 99% ऑफ द साइबर क्राइम, साइबर अटैक्स दैट आर माउंटेड टुवर्ड्स यू, यू विल बी अवेयर. व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट योर फोन, आपके पास जो फोन है, आपको फोन को भी समझना होगा कि फोन का मिसयूज किस फॉर्म में हो सकता है. अगर आपका अपने फोन का ब्लूटूथ ऑन छोड़ दिया, आपने उसका NFC इनेबल कर दिया, उसको आपने सब चीज ओपन रखा, तो ऑब्वियसली चोर के पास तो एक दरवाजा काफी है घुसने के लिए. So you need to be aware how you can harden stuff and in a basic language, and that's what we are educating people at all level. Plus this crime is a transnational crime today. आपको सबसे ज्यादा जानने की वाली बात यह है कि बहुत बार लोग बोलते हैं कि पुलिस कोई एक्शन नहीं ले रही है, पुलिस कुछ नहीं कर रही है. तो मैं आपको एक रीजन ये भी बता देता हूँ, because I've served with the police also for some time and there are challenges. ऐसा नहीं पुलिस मदद नहीं करना चाहती, पुलिस हेल्प करना चाहती है, but then there are certain crimes जो कि अगर इस इंडिया से नहीं हुआ, दूसरे कंट्री से हुआ है, तो हमें डेटा, पुलिस को ऑफिशियली डेटा लाने में दूसरे कंट्री से 1 साल भी लग सकता है. और कभी कभी कुछ कंट्री, जैसे हमारे पड़ोसी जो मुल्क हैं, कंट्रीज हैं, वो कभी कभी बोलेंगे हमारे साथ क्राइम हुआ ही नहीं है, हमने क्राइम किया ही नहीं है, हम डेटा नहीं देंगे आपको. So they can deny also. So the best advisory here, how can you be safe, is you need to be aware. The more you are aware कि किस तरह से फोन प्रोटेक्ट होगा, किस तरह से सोशल मीडिया प्रोटेक्ट होगा. अब हम एरा वेब 3.0 की तरफ जा रहे हैं. आपने सुना होगा मेटावर्स की बातचीत हो रही है. तो अब हम उस दुनिया में जाने वाले हैं जहां पे हमारा सबका एक वर्चुअल अपना अवतार होगा और उससे फिर हम डीलिंग्स, बातचीत करेंगे, ट्रेनिंग, स्कूलिंग. अभी हम यूनिवर्सिटी के ऑडिटोरियम में बैठे हैं, कल को ये भी वर्चुअल होगा. हो चुका है ऑलरेडी, ये कॉन्सेप्ट आ गया. पीपल आर अटेंडिंग क्लासेस वर्चुअली, दे आर इंटरैक्टिंग विद ईच अदर इन दैट सेम मेटावर्स. So we are living in that era now, and आने वाले जो टाइम होगा उसमें we need to be aware about technology, responsible usage of technology, और किस तरह से हमको छोटी छोटी बातें को बस याद रखने की जरूरत है कि कैसे सेफ रहे. बाकी we have been trying our level best. हमने अभी CBSE के साथ एक बुक हमने ऑलरेडी इंटीग्रेट कर दिया है, because at Cyber Peace we have been striving really hard with a lot of experts and with support of people like you who have supported. We have with CBSE launched the booklet. आप Google कर सकते हैं CBSE space Cyber Peace. आप इसको Google पे डालें, वो बुक आपको सामने आ जाएगा. और CBSE ने ये बुक अपने सारे CBSE स्कूल्स में भेज दिया है और अब इसको इंटीग्रेट करने की तैयारी हो रही है. स्टेट लेवल पे हम स्टेट बोर्ड्स के साथ भी टाई अप कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि कोशिश ये है कि हम लेटर स्टेज में नहीं, हम बच्चे जब फॉर्मेटिव स्टेजेस में रहते हैं उस समय हम उनको राइट नॉलेज दें. जैसे ग्रेड 2 to 5 बच्चे तो आजकल पेरेंट्स 2 साल में ही फोन पकड़ा रहे हैं वीडियो देखने के लिए. डोरेमोन एंड इतना सारा कैरेक्टर्स है, सब कुछ इसमें हो रहा है. तो वहां पे हम क्या कर रहे हैं कि वी आर जस्ट ट्राइंग टू मेक श्योर कि बच्चों को राइट लेवल पे, एटलीस्ट इफ दे आर इन ग्रेड 2, दे शुड बी अवेयर कि मॉरल साइंस, हमारे टाइम में मॉरल साइंस होता था. इन देयर एरा नाउ, इन द करंट एरा, इट शुड बी साइबर मॉरल्स. कि what is good? I mean, can you tag somebody without their consent? The answer is no. They should know that answer. If somebody is tagging you without consent, actually you can kind of sue that person also. So certain things like that. Can you send too many friend requests to a particular person? The answer is no. आप एक से दो बार आप भेज सकते हैं, दो बार से ज्यादा बार आप कर रहे हैं तो पर्सन को आप यू आर स्टॉकिंग ऑब्लिक बुलिंग. So you should need to know such things, क्योंकि आधे क्राइम तो हमारे क्योंकि लोग जान नहीं रहे हैं कि ये भी क्राइम है. पीपल आर अनअवेयर दैट ये भी क्राइम है. द इश्यू ऑफ सीसैम, चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज मटेरियल, पीपल शुड नीड टू नो कि अगर आप चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज मटेरियल, किसी बच्चे को सेक्सुअली अगर एक्सप्लॉइट किया जा रहा है, उस वीडियो को अगर आपने डाउनलोड भी किया अपने फोन में, तो दैट इज अंडर द पॉक्सो एक्ट. यू कैन बी बुक्ड फॉर दैट. पीपल डोंट नो. पीपल ज्वाइन व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में देख रहे कंटेंट, बोले कोई बात नहीं, मैं बस देख रहा हूं, मैं डाउनलोड नहीं कर रहा हूं. देखना इज अ क्राइम. बीइंग पार्ट ऑफ सच ग्रुप इज अ क्राइम. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स दैट यू नीड टू नो कि क्या सही है, क्या गलत है. एंड थिंक बिफोर यू शेयर. कुछ भी शेयर करने से पहले, कुछ भी लिखने से पहले आप एक बार जरूर सोचें कि इसका क्या इम्प्लीकेशन हो सकता है. चाहे वो रिलीजियस पोस्ट हो, ये हो, उसका कुछ ना कुछ लोग गलत तरीके से उसको मिसयूज कर सकते हैं. आपको मिसयूज में आप फंस सकते हैं. सिंपल थिंग्स लाइक वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट द केस स्टडी. मैं आपको ये बताता हूँ कि ऑटो रिक्शा, एक केस हमारे पास आया था. एक ऑटो रिक्शा ड्राइवर, उसने, आपने देखा मीटर, जैसे बॉम्बे दिल्ली में भी आप देखें मीटर के पीछे क्यूआर कोड चिपका के रखते हैं. वहां पे मतलब डेली उसे पैसे आ रहे थे, लोग उस यूपीआई कर रहे थे. एक दिन एक स्मार्ट बंदा आया, उसने वो क्यूआर कोड रिप्लेस कर दिया. क्यूआर कोड रिप्लेस करके अपना क्यूआर कोड लगा दिया. वो दिन भर वो बेचारा बंदा बोल रहा है पैसे सब आ रहे हैं, सब उसे दिखा रहे कि पैसे भेज दिए, लेकिन उसके अकाउंट में आया नहीं. बाद में पता चला कि ये कहानी थी, पैसे किसी और के अकाउंट में आ रहा था. एंड देन यू इंटरेस्टिंगली शेयर्ड कि आप तो लोग और एक लेवल, ये तो बल्कि निमिष जी से मेरे को अभी पता चल रहा है यहाँ जस्ट नाउ कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं कि मैलवेयर कि पैसे नहीं, इट्स नॉट जस्ट फाइनेंशियल मोटिव और भी है कि आप एक बार क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करो, आपके फोन में वायरस आ जाएगा और उसके बाद आपके फोन की सारी गतिविधि क्रिमिनल के पास जाते रहेगा. सो यू नीड टू बी विजिलेंट, यू नीड टू बी अवेयर एंड ऑल्सो यू नीड टू सी कहाँ पे क्या. जैसे लोन एप्स है, इंस्टेंट लोन ऐप, त्रिवेणी जी ने भी कहा कि लोन ऐप्स और इतना. आई टेल यू अ केस. लोन ऐप के चलते अगेन ट्रैफिकिंग का इंसिडेंट हो गया. लोन ऐप के चलते बहुत सारे केसेस हो रहे हैं. जहाँ पे अब एक केस था, यहाँ पे कोविड टाइम्स में लोग डेस्परेट थे पैसों के लिए. दे वर नॉट हैविंग मनी और कुछ इश्यूज, प्रॉब्लम, फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम से भी बहुत लोग जूझ रहे थे. उसके बाद भी आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स भी है अभी भी. तो उसमें देयर लॉट ऑफ दीज इंस्टेंट लोन ऐप्स इमर्ज्ड. उसमें एक जो विक्टिम था, उसने क्या किया, उसे जरूरत थी पैसों की, उसने डाउनलोड कर लिया. अब उसके डाउनलोड करने से, ऐप डाउनलोड करने से पैसे तो एक है, डाउनलोड करने के साथ सारे कॉन्टैक्ट्स, आपके फोन में जितने भी कॉन्टैक्ट्स, मैसेजेस, वो ऐप ऐसा था कि आपके फोन का सारा एक्सेस मांग गया, इवन कैमरा, माइक्रोफोन का एक्सेस. अब यहाँ पे जब वो विक्टिम ने टाइमली पैसा नहीं चुकाया क्योंकि इंटरेस्ट रेट वाज हेवी, वहां पे 10,000 की जगह 17,000 मांग रहा था एक महीने के अंदर. उस समय तो ले लिया, बाद में चुका नहीं पा रहा है. तो वहां पे इस क्रिमिनल ने स्मार्टली देखा कि आपके घर में उसका अपनी वाइफ के नाम से सेव किया हुआ था. उसकी वाइफ को कांटेक्ट कर दिया और बोला कि मालूम है कि अभी घर का ऐसा माहौल है, सो कि ऐसे करके कि ये जॉब है, आपको ये करना है, पार्ट टाइम करना है, ऑल दैट. वो स्ट्रैप में फंसाने लगा. और उस स्ट्रैप में फंसाने के बाद देन दैट लेडी वाज ट्रैफिक्ड. To help her husband to pay back that loan, she took that job. That job was again something where she was sexually exploited every day by a set of people, and then she was paid. Then later she was pushed into prostitution, by the way. और उसके बाद फिर पैसे के वो एक तरह से पैसे दे भी रही है और यहाँ पे ये पूरा साइकिल चल रहा है यहाँ पे. So that's the, it's not just the financial motive, but I'm mostly concerned with the other motives that the criminals have today, and that's where you need to be aware, you need to be vigilant. And the other form की एक booklets awareness ये तो हम कर ही रहे हैं, but I would say community ambassadors का model बहुत important है. Like for example, today we are here in a university. साइबर पीस में हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, नाउ वी आर सेटिंग अप क्लब्स. एआईसीटी के साथ मिलके हमने अभी एक प्रोजेक्ट ई सेक्शन में वी आर सेटिंग अप एंड वी आर ट्राइंग टू ओपन क्लब्स एट डिफरेंट यूनिवर्सिटीज एंड इंस्टीट्यूशंस. अंडर दैट क्लब वी हैव प्रोफेसर्स, स्टूडेंट्स, we have other faculties who join as ambassadors, or wo they do activities like organizing debate competition, organizing some hackathons, educating people around you. जैसे अब जैसे यूनिवर्सिटी के आसपास इतने सारे एरिया है, आप जाके as a social responsibility you can go, because as experts we can still be limited with our approach. हम हर जगह नहीं जा सकते. India is many country in one country, but if we create many community ambassadors, if we create this ecosystem of clubs, centers of excellence. I'm sure this has a long way to go. So these are some of the suggestions and advices from my side.
Correct, correct. I think we all have to be cybersecurity ambassadors to carry these activities forward, at least to educate people who are surrounded by us. Now, my question would be to Mrs. Priya. As we said, when people and their psychology becomes vulnerabilities, they tend to get into the sextortion, eve teasing, cyber stalking. They all become victim of those. Awareness is one part. What do you think? How important is counseling after that? What major role does it play for the victim once it has happened?
Thank you very much, Nimesh. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Nimesh, for asking this question. Though I'm from a legal background, so I would like to first enlighten everyone here on various legal aspects of it. Then we'll come to the counseling. So the first law which was introduced in our country was Information Technology 2000 Act, which deals with various crimes pertaining to which are happening in the cyberspace using computer resources, computer program, computer system, or any other communication devices. Then comes to the Indian Penal Code. So Indian Penal Code it provides punishment or other penal provisions for the offenses which were conventional in the nature. So basically a theft done in a conventional manner. But now all these offenses are read together, all these provisions are read together to make out the offense. So if any offense happening in the cyberspace is to be read along with the Indian Penal Code. So that's how these offenses, so one can charge the offenders with the particular sections. Now, coming to the question of counseling, how counseling is important. I believe that counseling is more important, especially in the cases of sextortion. Like rightly Vineet has discussed, sextortion is happening more these days, and people are becoming more becoming victim of it. So recently you might have seen a series on Hotstar, that's Criminal Justice Part 3. How many of you have seen that, particularly regarding cyberbullying, not sextortion, but cyberbullying? So yeah, so just very few of you. So there was a case of a child celebrity, and she was very famous. She had a lot of fans on the internet, of course, and in the cinema. And there was a girl child who really wanted to be like her and was very inspired by her. She created her own fake profile and started posting her videos on the internet. Now, in the internet era and the social media era, adaptability has become the major concern. People, no matters how, what gender they are of or how they look, whatever, everyone want to be very adaptable on the internet. That's how they use filters and all these things, because they want to look good, very adapting in the society. So that girl child, she made a fake profile and she started posting videos of imitating that girl celebrity. Now that she was bullied on the internet very badly by the girl, by the celebrity herself, her fans. That child committed suicide after being bullied on the internet so badly. Now this is where the role of counseling comes. The roles of parents, roles of teachers, roles of society comes, and the role of cyber awareness comes. Are we taking enough measures to educate our children about the malpractices that is happening on the internet, on social media, through websites or social media apps or messaging apps? Are we doing good enough to help them in coming out of these? Suppose they have been victim of all these offenses, are we doing proper counseling for them, or we are letting them letting them go into adding another offense, basically committing suicide or doing any other thing, and maybe extortion, or maybe it may be something else, or they may be blackmailed also tomorrow? So are we doing good things enough to help our children to take care of these and coming out of the cyber offenses? Thank you.
Yeah, that's great point. So I would like to ask Professor Triveni if he has some views on this part where cyber laws are important and how it helps police departments as well.
Cyber law, especially IT Act, it's to deal with cybercrime cases. But definitely, as a police officer, I think that punishment should be more, for example, there are certain cases in which the crime has been made billable technicalities. I don't want to elaborate more. But for the general audience, I would like to tell that they should understand one thing, that this is the age of spoofing. Everything can be spoofed. Your mobile phone, IMEI can be spoofed. Your mic ID, device ID, computer ID can be spoofed. Your IP addresses can be spoofed. Your clone can be created. Virtual clone can be created by using deepfake technology. So the technology is enabling cyber criminal in such a way that they can spoof anything. They can spoof SMS, they can spoof mail, they can spoof your device identity, they can create your clone, they can create a fake profile, even they can create fake synthetic video and synthetic audio. It's very difficult to differentiate from the naked eye. So when the age is so vulnerable, where everything can be spoofed, and from naked eye you cannot decipher whether this is a genuine or fake one, then really it's very challenging for all of us, for law enforcement agency and for the general public. For example, somebody can create my deepfake, synthetic video, and you think that Professor Triveni Singh, SP Cybercrime is speaking, but the fact is that is my deepfake, that is my synthetic video, that is my synthetic audio. And if you think that this call is from my number, then sorry, you are mistaken, because my number may appear on your mobile phone, but that number can be spoofed. My mail ID can appear in your mailbox. The fact is that my mail ID is not, that is spoofed mail ID. And you cannot differentiate unless and until you are going deeper and deeper into doing the header analysis, you cannot find. Similarly, cyber criminals, what they are doing, they have the database of your entire Naukri.com. So the moment a graduate completes his graduation, he goes on the website, Naukri.com, he sign up, he completes his entire profile, and the next day that profile goes into the data market. It's sold and it's being purchased by the cyber criminals. Now, all of a sudden you get a call, Mr. Triveni Singh, congratulations, you have been selected for suppose my profile relates to computer science, then congratulations, you have been selected for a data analyst post in Infosys company or TCS, or for that matter, any information security company. And then he repeats your entire profile. I can see from your data that Mr. Triveni Singh, you did your BTech computer from this college, and recently you passed out, your preference location is Greater Noida and all that. Then you think that is a genuine call from Naukri.com headquarters. The fact is that entire job portals, their complete data is in the hands of cyber criminals, and they are operating their call center in a corporate way. They have their own CEO, they have own finance unit, they are HR units, they are launching a recruitment drive on social media and all that. They are giving paid advertisement on Google to recruit. A cyber criminal operating a cyber enterprise, recruiting their talent from the paid advertisement. So you can imagine. So this cybercrime. That's why I always say that you should know the technology, what technology the criminals are using. They are using VPN technology. They are using dark web for getting the money, in Bitcoin, because it's very difficult for law enforcement agency to track the Bitcoin transaction, where the money went. And that's why the criminals are asking in ransomware attack, or in all cases, they are demanding money in Bitcoin. They are using VPN. We can't VPN max. It's very difficult to track them. Then they are using spoof mail ID. Then they are using spoof mobile number, virtual number enable WhatsApp. And they are using fake KYC enabled banking accounts. Even they are hiring the bank accounts. So this is the entire fraud supply chain. So we as a cyber volunteer or cyber enthusiast, we must understand what exactly the cyber criminals are using, that in terms of technology tools. They are functioning in a corporate way. See, they are the top management. They can be. It's a matter of law, but they are the better managerial talent than we, because we have conducted several raid in NCR. We conducted on several offices, and we found that they were working exactly like decent corporate office kind of work. So now my only message is that we need to be aware about their tools, about their technology, about their modus operandi. On daily basis, we are highlighting, we are issuing advisory, we are highlighting these issues in media, we are coming on TV channels, and we are trying to make public and students aware about the kind of crime is happening in cyberspace. And unless and until we are aware about their modus operandi, their tools, techniques, we will go on becoming victim of cybercrime, And that's why cyber awareness, cyber is a sense of, as Binit told, there should be some focus on cyber hygiene from the class 1 level, because even toddler, they are using the mobile phone. Then why not cyber hygiene from the first, second, third year, because they are having the mobile phone. Even the 3 years old boy is having mobile phone and they clicking, and he knows how to find out is some cartoon and all that. So cyber hygiene course must be integral part of the educational system from the class 1. Of course, you can change the degree and the level of education, but it must be integral part from the class 1. And there should be a mass awareness drive launched by law enforcement agency, by educational institution, by all government entities. They should start a massive awareness drive. Even MHA started last year. Wednesday of first month is Cyber Jagrukta Divas. So what we are doing in Uttar Pradesh, we are going to each and every school we are going and creating a mass awareness related with cyber crime, cyber criminals, modus operandi, the tools, techniques they are using, so that make them aware, so that they could save themselves, their parents, their grandparents, their children. So it's a drive. For example, if I'm telling you something, it's your duty to go to your home and then to make your parents, make your kids, make your partners, husband, wife, aware. It must be a mass movement of cyber awareness. That's my message. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your views, Triveni sir. As we saw, everybody today is having a digital footprint. Now we have laws that governs the organization to protect the cyber security, the information that they have. So my question would be to Ms. Shruti to tell us your views on, what laws are there that revolves around people, and if there is not, how important it is to set up those laws and make everybody aware that this is their responsibility and this is how they can protect in terms of laws.
See, cybercrime these days is very rampant. Every other day it's happening. And what's more crucial for everybody to know, right from the school children to any employed person or anybody in our country or abroad, is to know the laws. The IT Act, as already discussed, 2000 deals with the IT provisions and the cyber crimes. Section 66 is most prominent because it deals with the hacking issues. The section 66 B, C, D, these are the prominent provisions that deals with the cases where people, they are tampering the computer evidences, or people, they are causing identity theft. These are very common crimes. When you are committing identity theft, you are taking the identity of another person and then you are pretending to be someone else and then you are disclosing the data. It happens with big companies and corporates. So IT provisions does protect. Then we do have things like voyeurism that is governed by Section 67 of the IT Act, and it's again very prominent, especially the child voyeurism that is happening. Small children are trafficked; they are wooed through the internet. There are groups of criminals. They will seem to be of small children, but there will be adults in the group, and what they will do is they will just entice them to be in their group, give them some kind of interest to it, then they will call them upside, then they are trafficked, they are kidnapped, and then they are child pornography happens, voyeurism starts happening, and those footages and videos are made, circulated across, as has been discussed by Vinitsa previously, that POSCO defines it to be a crime even to watch or download, but certainly it doesn't happen because people they are not aware of it. Recently in the parliament, the OTT regulation, as you are speaking about what laws we are there, there was no regulation to govern the YouTube channels, the OTT platforms. So we all worked, hard towards it to bring the OTT regulations in our country because see, there was no regulation. Small children, they have internet, small children, they have mobile applications. They can simply start a YouTube, watch anything on it. Or even the OTT series, there were so many, uh, OTT web series that were coming up that shows violence, hate speeches, and certain crimes that is not important to be shown. But how polluted the culture is becoming. The culture of the country was being damaged by such kind of web series. So now recently the intermediary guidelines have been implemented by the parliament, and the Singapore, as we suggested them also that the guidelines of Singapore should be, implemented. It says like 13 years, 16 years gradation should be there. And it was good enough to be accepted. But see, if your parents are sitting with you and you are watching a channel, then only parents they can tell that 16 years child is not going to watch it, 13 years child is not going to watch it, only an adult can watch it. But if you do not have parents or any adult to supervise, this gradation is not going to be 100% beneficial. So somewhere the intermediary guidelines that has now come up with a grievance redressal, a three-tier mechanism has been implemented, that any way you see a web series or any movie that is not good, it is vulgar or spreading hate speeches, you simply go and complain. There are 3 tiers how the grievance redressal is going to redress this solution. But still somewhere the laws are lacking. As we speak about the governing laws, our consistent efforts to the court and to the Supreme Court and the parliament is to bring censorship. Till there is a censorship in our country, we do not expect the cleansing of the vulgarities and voyeurism that is happening. Trafficking is happening because of this. The crimes on women and children, especially relating to cyberbullying, cyber stalkings, and then murders and harassments are happening because of the vulgarities and the hate speeches. There is no censorship. The cable TV is again, the matter is before the court, that the cable TV, Cable TV Act should be implemented. If you have censorship for the TV channels, then why not for the OTT platform? TV channels and the news is still subscribed and paid for. So nobody can just go and watch any channel. If you're paying for G News, if you're paying for Star Plus, then only you can subscribe. But YouTube's and other platforms, they're easily available. So it's more important for the government to regulate these platforms, because latestly when we speak about cybercrime, the biggest challenge that we face is the censorship into the media. This one aspect. Apart from it, as we regularly see that, so many cybercrimes are happening from the social medias, the FBs, the Instagrams, and the Twitters. Every other day it happens. So our idea and suggestions, let's see how far, it is implemented, is to link up them to some kind of ODR platforms or some kind of, legal professionals be linked up to these social media, so that the movement, women, child, or anybody nowadays is being harassed, because people are not aware that the crime is happening. Somebody has said you something and you are not aware that this is the crime. When you read it, when you realize that is it emotionally hampering you, mentally it is hampering you, then you realize it's a crime. The moment such thing happens, you quickly resort to the legal aid. It's attached to your FB or Instagram or any other social media profile, and quickly a complaint can be forwarded to the police or the cyber cell that will be professionally drafted. Because the first step, you go and you lodge a simple complaint without IT provisions or IPC provisions. The complaint is there at the police. They don't take any action. As we see in our country, the investigation process goes very slow for various reasons that is being discussed over here. But if we seek a legal professional in the very first step, a professional and technical help will be there who is going to insist the police department or the court to lodge the FIRs and proceed with the investigation. If not, then take a private forensic help. This is extremely important, not just in our country, since cyberspace is a global crime. It is important across the globe that the legal assistance should be given to the people on the social media platforms. So that's a new idea that we speak of. Apart from it, as we discussed on the cyber, booklets and the series that we all have been working on and providing conferences to the kids. Apart from the booklets, there should be some good videos or booklets can be pictorial depictions so that the children, especially 5th to 9th small children, they can understand that, okay, this is how you will be wooed, this is how you will be enticed, this is how you click on this link and your entire account will be hacked. So pictorial depictions and the videos, if we approach the school children, it will be important. So for the government also, such compulsory subjects introduction is necessary. So that's also one of the changes and amendments that we actually seek in our country. So these are the prominent 2-3 aspects that we have been discussing when we come up to the crimes of women and children that actually requires, amendments and changes to it.
Thank you, Ms. Shruti. My question would be to Mrs. Priya now, how important it is when it comes to cybercrime, law of land. What role does it play? Because we could have cyber crimes happening from cross border as well. Do you think how people can be protected from laws with these cross border restrictions, or will there be any problem with the current laws that we have and how they can improve?
Yes. So we are talking about the loopholes that we see in the current legal framework related to the cyber security and cybersecurity basically. So the one loophole which I could see in the Information Technology Act is Section 69. It's a broad section enough which empowers the central and the state government to issue guidelines and to authorize its officer to monitor, investigate, and decrypt any information or database wherever there is an issue of the integrity and sovereignty of the state and our state's relationship with the foreign countries, or anything which is related to the security of our nation. So there, I think it can be broadened enough to include courts in that. Courts can be empowered basically under a particular circumstances while dealing with a case where they can ask the intermediary or the information company which is holding the information to decrypt the data and provide it to the courts. Right now, the courts, Indian courts are really facing this as a challenge, that the intermediaries or the foreign companies who are providing services in India, they come up with the argument that they are not covered by the Indian jurisdiction. So Indian court's order cannot really, will not be applicable on them. And second thing, they say that the data is encrypted. We cannot provide you the data. So if this section particularly can be broadened enough to include courts, court orders in particular circumstances which are more than the our nation's security, integrity, or harmony, then probably there could be a solution to this problem. Another one loophole, Shruti has already mentioned about censorship. Then content. There is no regulation in our IT Act related to content. What kind of content should be available on the internet? What should not be? What content can be restricted in a particular scenario? So there is no, our IT Act is not designed in a way that there is no such provision basically relating to content regulation. Then domain name. Domain name comes under the offense of cyber squatting. So there is no law at present in India which covers the domain name disputes. Basically, if you register a domain name which is identical to any existing trademark holder or an existing company and and commit any offense in relation to that, So in the morning, Shifa had given an example of you booking a domain name of apple.com and and offer to sell a mobile phone, which is for 50%. Now I am dealing with a lot of cases wherein the domain names of famous companies, for example, a food chain or a FMCG company or a tile manufacturing company, these domain names have been booked after adding the suffix or prefix like India, okay, dealership, franchisee. These words have been added to the company's brand names and people have been duped to crores of rupees. We have filed complaints with the cybercrime, Delhi Cyber Police, and even the Delhi High Court also for taking civil action on those cases. Now this is so rampant, and our IT Act is completely lacking on the aspect of how the domain names should be protected. Whether the domain names should be offered only to the registered proprietors or to anyone who can show any sort of legitimate claim in a particular domain name, or domain can be given to anyone and everyone just by paying 600, 700 or 500 rupees. So domain name is another issue. Then our intellectual property laws have not been dealt with anywhere in the Information Technology Act. What kind of, basically, I'll just give you an example. If you store the copyrighted material of an institute, suppose there is an educational institute, IMS, for example, which provides coaching for engineering and other stuff. If you record their lecture, or you completely copy their lectured material, their study material, book material, in a soft form and store it in a cloud storage service provider, and then share it unauthorizedly with several other people using messaging apps, for example, WhatsApp, Telegram, or any other social messaging app. Would it be a crime or not? Yes, it would be a crime. Saving that data should be a crime, should be declared as a crime, and the IT Act completely lacks that. Then dismantling it further, like providing the link to access that information to unauthorized people, because this is a copyrighted material, should have been an offense. This has nowhere been discussed, so the courts are usually burdened with to interpret these laws. And recently, the Delhi High Court, in a case involving Telegram, has deliberated upon it. That though the IT Act doesn't say so, but under the Copyright Act, it is well covered that reproducing or copying someone's data on your system and dismantling it further would be an offense. So these are the loopholes which I see they are still there in the IT Act. One point which Shruti had just touched upon, YouTube, if we know. So for example, OTT platforms still have an option. If you buy a subscription, there's still an option that you want to buy it for one device or two device or three device. And then on some of the devices, you can restrict the censorship. If you are giving the access to your child, you can still make it restricted, that my child should not see any content which is for 18 years and above, right? But there is no such option on YouTube. So your child is very vulnerable in this sense that he can see anything and everything what is available on internet by just merely by mistake. Sometimes they are typing something else and something else is, showing up, and they can watch some vulnerable stuff as well. So these are the lacunas, loopholes which we see are still there in our Indian legal framework. And to adopt the digital India correctly, the concept correctly, the government, the community, the NGOs which are involved in this should work more on protection of the data and including enforcement of cyber security laws correctly, I think.
Very interesting thought where, we see if we look at these risks, these have now evolved because of the digitization. Everything which is now available online, whether it is intellectual property rights or thefts, it is because everything is available online. So with the evolution, we are now facing a greater risk, and it was a very good session where we exchanged these thoughts. Thank you very much for your thoughts. So I would like to request all the speakers to have a closing note on our discussion. So to start with Professor Triveni, if you could give us a closing note.
Yeah. First, I would request all the audience, they should go through the basic cybersecurity fundamental that is written in ISO 27001. That is the basic cybersecurity framework, you know. So if they are giving just 30 minutes, they can have a idea about what in fact cybersecurity is, because that is important for their personal life and professional life as well. For example, unknowingly, if they are a victim of some cyber crime in their office, they don't have basic sense of cyber hygiene, and they have exposed their mobile devices and desktop and network exposed. Ultimately, some cyber attack happens, they will be held accountable. So just for their safety, for personal safety, for professional safety, they should go through this basic cyber security framework, that is ISO 27001. You just give 30 minutes, 1 hour, you can give even 1 month, but at least 30 minutes, and you will have lots of idea about how to secure ourselves, our organization, our parents, our known, our friend, at least from the cyber security. Because today or tomorrow you are going to be the victim of the cyber. There are two categories: those who know that they have been hacked or they have been befooled online, and those who are waiting to be befooled, to be cheated, you know. If they are not aware, definitely you are going to, because my simple question is, how many of you do you check your mobile phone that this is infected or not? Somebody is listening from your mobile phone, somebody has activated your camera, somebody has activated your video camera and listening everything, capturing how and do you have any idea how to test it, how to do the forensic first, and how to know that your mobile phone is not compromised? Because in this age of zero click, where I can give you a missed call and then your mobile phone is compromised, your entire life is compromised. I can read your mail, I can see your photographs, I can listen whatever you are talking to someone, I can operate your bank account just by giving a zero click, you know. Just by giving a zero click, I mean zero missed call, and your phone is compromised. If this digital life is so vulnerable, then at least you should go through ISO 27000. That ISO, you know, that is the basic standard. You go through and you will have lots of idea about how to protect ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Miss Priya, if you could.
I'll say that first of all, we need to know that cybersecurity is not a subject. So people who are present in this room, or who may have joined through the virtual Zoom call, they should not think that cyber security is not my topic. Since, for example, if I'm from a medical background, what I need to do with cyber security, it has nothing to do with me. So that's not the case. Cyber security at present is not being taught anywhere in your study curriculum, or in fact in your college or institute, or even in your offices at your workplace. It's not being taught anywhere that, you know, how you should behave. But you should behave more responsibly when it comes to using the internet, into the cyberspace, not just internet, even otherwise. Anything which is sharing your personal information with anyone, you should be more cautious. I'll just give you an example here, though it's a closing note. How many of you have really realize that when you purchase something from an e-commerce website and you get the box, your name, your complete address, all the information is printed on the box? How many of you actually think before throwing that box in the dustbin without removing that tag? There's just 1, 2 people in the entire room, 3, including me, 4, 5. So just imagine. So how many of us actually think of that we are giving our entire information in a platter in the dustbin? And Shifa in the morning talked about this scam which is happening around the dustbin information. There are groups which are even taking out information from the dustbins. So we need to be more conscious. Cyber security is not just what is shown in the cyber, but it is there in our daily life also. So we just need to be more conscious. Thank you.
To conclude with today's discussions, the most crucial aspect is we have to be self-alert. We don't have to be a victim of the crime. We have to prevent it. We can say the government should do this and that, but the first is our own self-prevention. So whosoever it is, whether it's a school kid or it's a professional from any background, we need to make ourselves aware. We need to follow some best standards in cyber practices. The first thing is the passwords. Commonly, we do not take care of it when we have multiple email IDs, we have various social media accounts. We do not remember so many passwords. We sometimes repeat. This is one of the major mistakes that anyone can do. Have distinct passwords for every platform that we use. It's not necessary to go around and share the personal informations of your locations wherever it is, because nowadays so much of personal informations are being shared on the social media that makes you more vulnerable, as not just you but your family is also targeted through that. Another thing is having, good internet securities. Generally in the mobile, we ignore it. We do not download securities in the mobile apps, and this is from where most of the hackings happen. And apart from it, what's most crucial for the government is to increase the awareness, not just with the laws of the cybersecurity professionals, but with every ministries, banks, financial institutions, because nowadays entire work culture has shifted towards the cyberspace. So there should be various YouTube programs, legal awareness camps, and also training sessions for a week, 7 days, in almost every ministry, every school and college, so that people can be, made aware about the cyber crimes and it can be prevented in the very first stage. So I would say this is my best suggestions. And the government, especially right from the schooling, it is very crucial to safeguard the children from the crimes, because nowadays we see so many rampant crimes happening in the schools. So for this, good initiatives are being taken and furthermore should be taken. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts, Ms. Shruti, Mrs. Priya. And I think, as for a closing note, we see cyber criminals are getting smart and we'll have to act smarter. So even if we are not protected 100%, we should make it difficult for the hackers to get to ourselves. So that is the best point that we can take, let's make the life of the hacker difficult and protect ourselves. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the esteemed speakers. If anyone has any questions, I would request the speakers to kindly stand for a group picture.
Good afternoon, Pawan sir. We'll be starting in next 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, all. We have reached the valedictory session of this World Cybersecurity Summit 2022. I would request our Honorable Chancellor, sir, to please come and join us on the dais, sir. I would request our esteemed guest of honor, Ms. Priya ma'am, also to please join us on the dais. Dr. Tripti Agrawal, Dean, Deputy Dean Academics, please join on the dais. We have one more guest who's about to reach. He's Shri O.P. Mishra ji, Special Commissioner Transport and formerly Principal Secretary Home. So he would be here at any point of time. In the meanwhile, we'll start the session, and I request you to take over.
Thank you so much. So with a very warm heart, we have reached the valedictory ceremony of the event. I will request to commence with the felicitation ceremony and to just give me a minute. I would request Dr. Pawan Duggal sir to enlighten us with his kind words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished panelists. There's a lot of echo, please. Good afternoon, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure to be part of this valedictory session of the World Cybersecurity Summit being organized by Maharishi University. Today, cyber has become an integral part of our lives. And the quicker we start realizing about its importance, the better it's going to be. Recently, one of our clients got hit with a massive cybersecurity breach. The breach was so phenomenal that about 50 lakh records were compromised. And those records were not just normal records, they were records pertaining to sensitive personal data of clients and customers. And clearly, it became very apparent that we are now going to be opening up new doors of potential legal liability. The reason for this is very, very simple. Once our customers came to know that we have been breached and their data has been compromised, they are surely going to come forward and start suing the company. So this is the new legal exposure that people have to be prepared for. Today, when you are going to be breached, you will have two kinds of immediate requirements. Number one, the requirement that you must try to go ahead and save yourself from legal liability. And number two, try to put your house in order, because cybersecurity breach is going to become the de facto normal standard as we talk about. In fact, COVID-19 has had an immense impact in the way we are now looking at cyber issues. We are now beginning to see how cyber has become an integral part of our lives. In my recent book, New Cyber World Order Post-COVID-19, I've argued that by the time the nations are victorious against the current and subsequent wave of COVID-19 infections, we will enter into a new cyber age, where a new cyber world order is going to await us. States are going to become very powerful. Cybercrime will be a new default normal, and cybersecurity breaches will be our constant companion. Look at the figures all across, and every sector is potentially being targeted by cybersecurity breach. Last night, we saw this slight fire in one of the airplanes that was about to take off from the concerned air pad from Delhi. Now, temporarily the aircraft has been grounded, but more significantly, realize the fact that if the cybersecurity of the plane could have been compromised, and that could have been reason for triggering of a fire within the airplane, that can just open up to you the tremendous ramifications that are going to await us on our day-to-day stuff. We all are so much in all of these new cars that we are buying. These are high-end cars, these are special cars, these are smart cars. And most of these cars are intrinsic computers within their own selves. So hacking into your car is going to become the next big passion. So imagine you're driving in your new car and somebody who's driving next to you, or your car is stationed somewhere, somebody around you goes ahead and hacks into your car and then assumes control. See the kind of impact it's going to have, not just upon you as a person, but also upon you and your ability to go ahead and, shall I say, drive fearlessly is going to be prejudicially impacted. So I think that as time passes by, we'll have to immediately start focusing immensely upon protection and preservation of cybersecurity. Globally speaking, the figures don't tell us a good picture at all. 2021, the world lost more than $6 trillion thanks to these cybersecurity breaches. Come the end of 2022, we should be losing more than $8 trillion by the end of this year on cybersecurity breaches. And give yourself, by the end of 2023, we could very well cross the 10 billion, the $10 trillion mark as far as the breaches of cybersecurity is concerned. So clearly, it's a new ballgame that we are living in. And therefore, one of the biggest priority today is how do we go forward and protect our security of our assets, our critical information infrastructure, and of our data. Imagine my data is most important to me. And in this new data economy age, my data is my biggest and my most valuable raw material. Over a period of time, you'll find your money will not have that much of value as your own data. Because if I have access to your data, I can use it against you. I can use it to monetize. And more significantly, I can use it as a basis for completely demolishing you, your reputation, your goodwill, your repute. So in a scenario like this, it becomes very important that we need to understand the intrinsic value of data and also the value of protecting data. But then in this ecosystem, where does law stand? I think the law is still sleeping as I talk. Why? Because most of the countries have not yet begun thinking much in this direction. Yesterday, there was a meeting of the United Nations Security Council Committee on Counterterrorism in New Delhi, and they adopted the Delhi Declaration. One of the key elements of Delhi Declaration was not just human rights, but also the extensive misuse of cyberspace for terrorist purposes. Now, don't think that a cyber terrorist is only going to impact or target a big organization or a government. A cyber terrorist could very well impact individual organizations, could impact individuals per se. Globally, when I look at the landscape, I find that there is no one international cyber security law in place. Well, the reason is very simple. Countries don't want an international cyber security law because almost all countries today are doing both covert and overt activities. 2 days back, I was addressing the India Space Congress. And one of the key highlights of my address was that imagine that you put your satellite in space after putting in so many hundreds and thousands of crores, and then your satellite gets out of your hand. Why? Because some other state or non-state actor has regained or assumed control on your satellite. Because at the end of the day, your satellite is also nothing but a computer or a communication device. And today, that's begun to start happening in a big manner. Recently, one country who had already put up its satellite in space suddenly lost control or lost contact with the satellite. And the losing of control was going on for almost 16 hours before the country concerned could regain control back on that satellite. They still don't know. It's been more than many months now. They still don't know what's happened during those 16 hours when the country did not have access or control on the satellite. So cybersecurity breaches are not just terrestrial in nature. They're not just only in cyberspace. They are now also venturing their way onto space as an organization. And therefore, countries don't want any kind of international mechanism to name and shame them. That's the reason why we find that there's now a new trend coming in. The new trend is countries are saying, let me not wait for this international global policy vacuum to be filled up. Let me start coming up with my own national laws on cybersecurity. So this is a new trend that China started way back in 2015. And since then, a lot of countries have been following the China model. China has come up with more than 3 national laws on cybersecurity. There have umpteen number of secondary legislations on cybersecurity. And now the list of countries that have come up with laws on cybersecurity are constantly increasing. I find Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, Australia. The list is constantly growing where countries are having in place dedicated legal frameworks on cybersecurity. But in India, we haven't done much enough. As of the time when I talk with you today, India does not have in place a dedicated law on cybersecurity. The only thing that we have is the Information Technology Act 2000. That's not specifically a law on cybersecurity, though the amendments in the year 2008, we did come up with a very exhaustive and futuristic definition of cybersecurity. 2013, India came up with the National Cybersecurity Policy. Good document at that point of time, but unfortunately, India did not give effect to that policy and we remained a mere paper tiger. So as of now, when we talk, the government is already preparing and is on the last stages of drafting of the National Cybersecurity Strategy 2022. And if that comes in, I mean, that should be a new chapter in our new book, because the Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, during his address to the nation from the ramparts of the Red Fort on 15th of August 2021, has already mentioned about this new thrust of this new cybersecurity policy and strategy. So I think a lot of work needs to be done. Cybersecurity breaches are targeting critical information infrastructure left, right, and center. Whether it's a Kundakulam nuclear power plant gets breached by cybersecurity, or whether it's the Mumbai grid that gets hacked by cybersecurity breachers, or whether it's just the EPFO organization dealing with the Employees Provident Fund that gets hit with the massive cybersecurity breaches, and more than data of 28 crore users stand compromised. However, that's even now airlines like Air India. Air India got breached earlier in 2022, and more than 45 lakh users' details are still up on sale on the darknet today evening when I talk with you. And these are just not normal details. These are details pertaining to names, passport numbers, credit card numbers, and your date of births, your other sensitive personal data, and a lot of metadata connected therewith. So clearly, the message that's coming loud and clear is cybersecurity will have to be an integral part of our lives. I've been advocating for a number of years that the time has come that we must start inculcating cybersecurity as a way of life. So a few weeks back, when one of the media organizations interviewed me, I suggested that the time has come that India should have a dedicated national ministry on cybersecurity. This is so because today cybersecurity is a shared baby. Every ministry wants to work on cybersecurity, but nobody wants to take complete responsibility on cybersecurity. And because India is now going to become the most populous nation in the world by the end of 2023, even surpassing China, the need for having a dedicated cybersecurity ministry is only logical and is something that ought to be done. Now, how soon that's get done is something that we'll have to wait and watch. But while all this is happening, the government has been very, very focused on enhancing the cybersecurity of the Indian ecosystem. So 28th of June, 2022, the government had come up with the Information Technology Directions 2022, which have now changed the landscape. So in India, if today you are either a body corporate, an intermediary, a service provider, a data center, or a governmental organization, you are now mandated to mandatorily report any cybersecurity breach or any cyber incident that takes place on your systems or networks within 6 hours of coming to know about it. If you don't report it, that actually has become a crime, an offense under Section 70B6 of the Information Technology Act 2000, punishable with imprisonment and fine. So that's where the catch is. 6 hours after you come to know about it. It's not after the episode happens, it's after you come to know about it, and you must have electronic evidence to back up the appropriate factum of the time when you came to know about when and how you came to know about this particular cybersecurity breaches. And when I look at the list of cybersecurity breaches that the government has listed in Annexure 1 to the IT Directions 2022, I'm amazed. It's just about anything under the sun, including a data breach and a data leak. So much so that any cybersecurity incident, even pertaining to emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchains, crypto assets, or even 3D, 4D printing or additive manufacturing, or even drones, they've all been brought within the ambit of these new directions. Now, the directions are slowly being implemented. The government is planning to give some more time to medium and small scale enterprises or MSMEs to comply with the same. But for all the other organizations, this is already the law of the land. And this effectively means that if there's a cybersecurity breach and you don't report, you're effectively playing with fire. Why? Because somewhere down the line, it's going to come up in the public domain. And if it comes in the public domain that you have been breached and you've not reported, then you have already committed the offense. Now, then for the next 7 years, there's going to be a Damocles sword that could be hanging on your head, because the government could come back and prosecute you in the next 7 years if on the factum that you have actually not gone ahead and reported the said cybersecurity breaches. Further, I think the government is also extensively working in protecting the cyber ecosystem in the country. We have the Cyber Swachhata Kendra of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology that's working specifically for meeting up with the challenges of botnets and of all kinds of computer contaminants and viri. So it's not just a malware exercise aimed at trying to deal with the challenges of malware, but more significantly, it's also a small attempt to make the cybersecurity more robust and secure. Well, I'll finally like to conclude by saying cybersecurity is now going to be here to stay. Nobody can close their eyes today to cybersecurity. Nobody can say, I have got nothing to do with cybersecurity. The moment you are either having a phone or you're using a computer or using an electronic device, please remember, cybersecurity will be with you for the rest of your lives. And therefore, it's your onerous responsibility to make sure that you not just inculcate principles of cybersecurity, but also inculcate cyber resilience as part of your day-to-day lives. I'll encourage every one of us to think that, look, we can always be targeted. We are always going to be attacked. So once we get attacked, we should not get in a state of panic. Rather, we should focus on how quickly can I come back to a state of normalcy after getting attacked. So cyber resilience will have to be an integral fabric of our day-to-day life as I go forward. And finally, it's your data and its cybersecurity on which your future is going to depend upon. Your data is stolen, you're gone. Your data gets compromised, sorry, and you are specifically facing a lot of detrimental actions. And mind you, please also make sure of the fact that you do not be a part of this new revolution that India is currently seeing. India is today seeing a new revolution. I call it the Great Indian Vomiting Revolutions. Indians are vomiting data about their personal, professional, social lives on the internet without even thinking about the legal ramifications of the same. So don't be in a hurry to upload your latest photograph from your smartphone onto the internet, because if you do that without scrubbing it or without cleaning it, you're giving your latitude, your longitude, your metadata, and a lot of information which can be used by the cyber criminals or cybersecurity breachers to target you. And cybersecurity breach is not only going to happen on cyber issues, it can have a physical ramifications. You can even be made a subject of physical world offenses, whether it's theft or ransom or a variety of other things. So please, let's give appropriate focus to cybersecurity, and let's finally realize that we are all part of a big chain on cybersecurity. And the chain of cybersecurity is as strong as the weakest link. And it has to be our onerous responsibility that we do not become the weakest link in the chain. I would like to compliment your distinguished university for organizing this World Cybersecurity Summit. This is the need of the hour. My congratulations to all the participants and to the deliberations. And I'm looking forward to hearing and reading the recommendations of the conference. Thank you for contributing to the cause of cybersecurity, and wishing all of you all the best. Thank you, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Pawan Duggal is a well-renowned name today, and we are glad to have him today. He's founder and of Pawan Duggal Associates and President, cyberlaws.net. Thank you so much for joining us today. Our next esteemed speaker for the day is Jay Prakash Sir. Professor K. J. Shankar is Principal Director and Professor of Criminology, International Institute of Crime and Security Sciences. I would like to invite Sir to grace us with his kind words.
Good evening, everyone. So for the past 2 days, we're happily deliberating on various issues of cybercrime, cyber criminology, cyber security, and cyber victimology. So this conference had varied focus, and I find that the organizers have made keynote speeches, so then workshops, dialogues, and also online talks. So that it makes a conference very unique, that we are giving opportunity to many people, not only one set of people, but also many people. And many times conferences do happen more monologue, but I find here dialogue has been initiated. And these deliberations are also online, and many people have also shared the proceedings and the photographs with me in my WhatsApp. And it looks there are more number of participants online than offline. I think slowly we are coming back from the COVID issue, that soon I think the conferences, physical conferences will have more people, but online do have its own way of doing things, but everything online would be more disturbing than physical conference, because a conference is not for knowledge alone. It is also networking. So more number of people, like students can network with senior people in a conference settings very easily. Normally, if you want to meet a director or a vice chancellor or a professor, you need to get an appointment and you have to wait, and it may not be possible or meet them also. But in a conference settings, every faculty member or a senior person may be in a very light mood, so you can share your experiences, get connection. So that way, I would say that in future, I think we should be more open to the physical type and keep the online programs to the minimum, but still, I believe that we can open to foreign participants and minimize the Indian participation online, because that maybe for some exclusivity for some people who may not be able to attend. But if we start opening for everyone, what happens is that most of the people prefer to stay online, and some things that conference is to get a certificate, but that culture should stop actually. In one of the Australian conference I went, they don't give certificates at all. One Indian was shocked that I have to go back and give a certificate, or else my clerk will not give the reimbursement. But we have the culture that the people tend to go on numbers. Numbers is not going to help us when we quantify the numbers, how many conferences I have done per year, or how many people I have met. That is not the issue, but how much collaborations we have done, how much contribution to the field we have done. This matters a lot, and I believe that qualitative aspects should be more emphasized in every conference. And naturally, conferences are a good place for networking, and I believe this conference also had made a wonderful networking opportunity. And I'm also happy to tell that after coming here, I learned a lot about Maharishi University of Information Technology. The Chancellor, the DG, the Dean, everybody are very friendly and very kind and cooperative, and all very down-to-earth people. So with such an organization, we should collaborate and we should do a lot of things. And they are also in a very good speed to develop themselves. And I believe that this conference is a great success. And I wish all of you a great success in your career too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. I would request Mrs. Priya Adlaka, Associate Partner, SS Rana and Company, to grace us with her kind words.
I would like to thank the university, Maharishi University of Information Technology, and Knowledge Streets for organizing this wonderful summit on world cybersecurity, which is an important subject for us today. And like rightly mentioned by Dr. Pavan Dugal, that we need to inculcate this in our daily life and impart knowledge through all possible modes of information. And I am so grateful that you have invited me for to speak on the dais and share my thoughts with the esteemed panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I will request Tripti ma'am, our Dean Deputy Academics, to kindly grace her with the kind words.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, before saying anything about Cybersecurity Summit, I would like to thank the organizers and especially Knowledge Teams who have really worked hard, and our team and Ajay sir and Chancellor sir who has given us the opportunity and who has worked towards this particular summit. Cybersecurity, as we have heard earlier, because I am a technical person, so I'll talk on those terms. For me, it was only about technology. For me, it was cyber, internet space, and things like that. It was complete technical. But in last 2 years, during the COVID era, suddenly when we have realized that crime or cyber crime has increased almost up to by 600%, it was then we realized that yes, there is a need for cyber security. It's there. We are going towards the technology, and towards that technology, we need a security as well. So the 2-day of summit, it has given us an opportunity as eye-opener that it's only the awareness and information to all of us regarding what is cyber security, what is cyber, what is laws related to it, and all these things, information and awareness is the only key that will keep each one of us safe and secure. Thank you so much.
One, the requirement that you must try to go ahead and save your life. Number two, try to put your house in order, because cybersecurity breach is going to come back to normal.
We are celebrating International Cyber Security Month. October is considered to be an International Cyber Security Month, and this started from the year 2004 by the US government. Secondly, we are also having the launching of our law journal, Mercy Law School Law Journal today, and it would be launched by our Honorable Chancellor Shri Ajay Prakash Srivastava ji. So I would request our Dean and Deputy Dean Mercy Law School to please come on dais and सर हमारा जर्नल निकला है सर, मर्सी लॉ स्कूल का जर्नल है सर, तो आपके सर कमरों से सर इनॉग्रेशन है. I would request all the guests, esteemed guests on the dais to please be on.
We will be sending a hard copy of the journal to respected Pawan Duggal sir. We wish that you could join us offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you all the guests of honors and Chancellor sir. Now I would request our Honorable Chancellor sir to please give us his blessings and say a few kind words for the occasion, sir. Please.
Jai Gurudev. I think about the cyber securities in last 2 days, a lot of discussions must have happened. We all are know about the importance of cyber security, that we know. Now the question is, the issue is actually how fast the digital things have penetrated our society. Cell phone or laptop, the tablets, they have penetrated our society very fast. We have to now make aware everybody about the security, online security, that is cyber security. I think our university should play a good role in promoting the idea and educating people through our seminars and conferences like that, to tell people how to be secure online, how to be careful how when they are doing surfing or whatever in transactions of banking or buying things online. They have to how they can be secure, how they can keep themselves secure. Another thing very important that has come up, that as Dr. Duggal also mentioned, I think, and other people also, that we don't have any specific laws for dealing with cyber criminals, those who violate the cyber security, those who violate our privacy. There is no specific laws. And I think yesterday Ajay sir was also telling me that the cyber crimes are dealt by the IPC, which is dealing with a lot of crimes. But I think there should be a very specific law for dealing with cyber crimes. And one of the conclusion of this summit and one of the recommendation to the government from this summit by our university should be that the government should very quickly, very fast make some very strict laws to deal with cyber crimes. That should be one of the outcome of this summit. And another thing could be how we can promote the safety, online safety among the users of, because I think there are about 50 or 60 crores cell phones in the country, almost, or even more, I think. You know anything? No, I think it's more than 50-60% population has cell phones, and I think more than 50-60% of those people do online transactions, banking transactions, or do online shopping. So whenever you go online and do whatever you want to do, you are exposed to those people who are sitting there trying to find to invade your privacy. So this is a high time the government should be requested that they should make very strict laws for dealing with cyber criminals. These two outcomes of the conference should be there. And I thank everybody for organizing this conference. I thank the Department of Data Science, Maharshi Lai School, and other departments of the university who have contributed to organizing this conference. And I thank all the participants, those who presented their papers and lectures during the conference. This was a I was given the report that this was a well organized session, 2 days of session. Thank you very much, everybody, and all the best wishes. Jai Gurudev.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your kind blessings. I'm not too much of a technical person in terms of cybersecurity or technology for that matter. But what I have understood is कि cyber security के लिए कोई ऐसा rocket science नहीं है. The first and foremost thing to save yourself from these kind of cyber hassles or to be in the frame of cyber security is that you have to do some precautions. आपको अपने आप कुछ आपको सावधानियां बरतनी है. And first of those precautions is to be self-conscious of what are do's and don'ts when you are into technology, and for that matter, mobile phone. Couple of weeks back, I was reading an article where there was certain reported death in state of UP, to be particularly Meerut. There was a lady, she got married couple of months back, she committed suicide. उसने आत्महत्या कर ली. जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू हुआ तो पता चला कि एक दूसरा मर्डर हुआ था एंड लिंक्स वर डॉटेड, डॉट्स वर लिंक्ड टुगेदर. पता चला कि ये जो लड़की थी जिसने सुसाइड किया, इसका शादी से पहले अफेयर था. इनके पास एक मोबाइल होता था. उस मोबाइल में लाइक एवरी वन ऑफ अस वी शेयर प्राइवेट मोमेंट्स इन दोज मोबाइल्स, अपनी फैमिली वगैरह वगैरह करते थे. उसने अपना मोबाइल बेच दिया, मोबाइल सेकंड हैंड मोबाइल बेच दिया. जिस मोबाइल वाले के पास वो मोबाइल गया, अब हमें लगता है कि जब हम मोबाइल देते हैं, अपना डिलीट करते हैं, फॉर्मेट करते हैं, तो उसमें सब कुछ चला जाता है. टेक्नोलॉजी के फायदे बहुत हैं तो नुकसान भी बहुत हैं. आज की तारीख में जो आपने एक बार साइबर स्पेस में डाल दिया, मोबाइल में डाल दिया, उसमें से कुछ भी डिलीट नहीं होता. जिस मोबाइल वाले के पास हो गया, अब आप देखिएगा कई बार जब आप मोबाइल में कुछ आप डिलीट करते हैं, आपको ये नहीं पता चलता कि मोबाइल में कहाँ आपने सेव कर रखा है. एक ही चीज मल्टीपल प्लेसेस पे सेव हो रखी होती है. तो जब सेकंड हैंड मोबाइल वाले ने उस मोबाइल को खोला, उसने बिकॉज ही वाज मोर क्वालिफाइड इन टर्म्स ऑफ असेसिंग द सिस्टम, he got access to those private comments of that lady. उसने उसको ब्लैकमेल करना शुरू किया. उस लेडी ने अपने जो एक्स बॉयफ्रेंड था उसको बताया, उसके घर वालों को पता चला लड़की ने सुसाइड किया, उसके बॉयफ्रेंड ने उस मोबाइल वाले का मर्डर किया. And this how these dots were linked together. The fact remains कि ये जितना कुछ आप सब कुछ ये आपके पास कोई आता नहीं है. जब आप साइबर सिक्योरिटी की बात करते हैं, ये सब कुछ आप अपने आप देते हैं. आप मोबाइल फोन पे सब कुछ, आप फेसबुक पे जाते हो, आप चैट पे स्नैपचैट पे जाते हो, तो आप में से कोई टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस नहीं पढ़ता, आप में से कोई प्रिकॉशन लेना पसंद नहीं करता. आपके पास लिंक्स आते हैं, आप शेयर करते हो, एंड व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, यू नो सब्जेक्टिंग योरसेल्फ टू द हैजर्ड्स ऑफ the cyber crimes and this dark space in the dark thing in cyberspace. So coming back to the conclusion of this World Cyber Security Summit, I would take the opportunity to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to Shri Pavan Duggal sir, who had been the guest of honor for the valedictory session. Thanks a lot, sir. Your words have been kind enough, and I've been listening to you for last so many years, being a student of law. It is really a blessing to listen to Pawan Duggal sir always. Thanks a lot, sir. I also take opportunity to express my thanks to Jaishankar sir, who had come all the way to grace this World Cybersecurity Summit. I will take the opportunity to express my sincere thanks to other guests of honors, Ms. Priya ma'am and other dignitaries who have been part of this World Cybersecurity Summit. I would also express my heartfelt gratitude, thanks to our Honorable Chancellor Sir, Shri Ajay Prakash Srivastava ji. He has been there with every endeavor that we undertake, and he gives his blessings. He has been always our great support, and we assure you, sir, that in coming weeks and months, we will be doing some real good things. We are in discussion with Jaishankar sir. And also, as guided by you, we are planning to conduct certain programs, short modules or training programs, one-day program, two-day program, or couple of hour programs in cybersecurity for that matter. I take opportunity to express my thanks to my respective departments at Maharishi University, to delegates, to the technical staff, my teammate Kamshad, Vikas in particular, knowledge teams, not to be left out. They have been our knowledge partner and the organizing partner for this World Cybersecurity Summit. This was their brainchild that we have been able to successfully organize in this campus. They really worked hard to make it successful. Their team members, I've been surprised and I'm really sort of jealous for them to have such kind of people who have been part of the organizing team. Javed sir, all technical team, our canteen staff, Sanjay Kamalji, Rahul sir, DG sir, who have been here the other day to grace the occasion. And we look forward to have you people again in the next session of World Cybersecurity Summit in 2023. And we'll be sharing the details of that program in some time soon. I thank you again for coming and to be part of this program. Thank you all. We are having a high tea by around 4 o'clock. So you're all requested to please join us in the canteen for the high tea. Thank you. Jaishankar sir. अच्छा इन सबको एक बार कैंटीन के लिए देना जी सर।